Up for us, it's the typical setup we use for the budget retreat, but it's different than our normal study sessions, as you've already noticed. A couple things of note: we are televising this budget retreat live on Channel 8 and live on the web. That's why we have the microphones set up. If you wish to speak, turn your microphone on. Even though we may be able to hear you in the room, without your microphone, people online and on TV won't be able to hear you. If you're not speaking, keep your microphone turned off. You might be having a sidebar conversation that you don't intend for people at home to hear, but if your microphone is on, they may be able to hear it and you may not be aware that they're hearing it. So turn it on to speak. Please turn it off if you're not speaking. That'll help make sure the only comments we hear are the comments you intend for everyone to hear. We do have dinner planned at about 5:30 or so. It'll be set up in this little room, the jury room, behind us. In years past, I think the City Council has done a working dinner where you grab some food and keep going, but that's totally up to the City Council. We have another break planned at about 7 o'clock, both to let you stretch your legs and for IT to share with you some new technology they're considering for the dais and to get your feedback about that technology. Good opportunity since everybody's here. That's it for logistics. In terms of opening remarks, this is certainly a very important day in the life of Commerce City city government. It's the culmination of many months of work that really started with the City Council's planning retreat back on February 23rd and 24th. So after that retreat, city staff took the priorities that City Council identified and began putting effort into developing the 2019 work plan, and then related to that, the 2019 budget requests. For each budget request that I'm recommending in the recommended budget, there's a body of work shown in the 2019 draft work plan to explain what we're going to do with those resources if allocated by City Council. And everything in the work plan is intended to be in alignment with City Council's goals. So every budget request that I'm recommending has work associated with it that lines all the way up in the work plan through City Council's goals, and it includes the outcome areas in the level below City Council's goals that City Council identified as areas of priority back in February. The budget is a list of resources. In years past, it was used as a list of priorities. The work plan really serves as our list of priorities for the coming year. The budget is really just a list of resources that we've lined up to accomplish the tasks that we've listed in the draft work plan. The work plan does go much further, provides a great deal more detail about what we will use those resources for. So it's a very good source of information and should be considered in conjunction with the 2019 draft budget. I certainly believe in all the expenditures that I've recommended in the recommended budget, but they are just recommendations. The budgeting process is inherently subjective. Decision-making is inherently subjective. It's a matter of balancing priorities, and ultimately the goal is for City Council to reach consensus about priorities and the resources necessary to accomplish those priorities in the next budget year. This is City Council's budget. Although a great deal of staff time and effort has gone into preparing requests and sharing that information with you, this is ultimately City Council's budget, and the key goal tonight is for the City Council to reach consensus on key expenditures for 2019 so that we can begin producing the full draft budget document. Although the process is subjective, I think our efforts around strategic planning, particularly incorporating the work plan into the budget process, have helped make the budget process more objective than it has been in the past, and I think it gets better every year. But when it comes to trade-off discussions about relative priority, that's why City Council makes the final decisions. There are no right and wrong answers for a lot of the things you would like to accomplish, and it's through your discussion based upon great information and analysis from staff that'll help you make great thoughtful decisions about what to include in the budget document, the draft budget document for 2019. So we are here, this is your budget retreat. The purpose is for you to reach consensus on key decisions for the budget. You see staff around the table. we're here to support that effort. That's our only purpose in being here. It's to help answer questions, provide additional information, give you additional alternatives, maybe to things that we've recommended already. So our job is just to be here supporting your work tonight. It is important from our perspective to leave tonight with a draft budget, enough decisions for us to build that draft budget document. There's a timeline in the slides that explains why we have to get that direction from you tonight, because there's a lot of work that goes into creating that budget book. And the budget book is available for public review starting in early October, so a little over a month from now. It doesn't mean we need every single decision, and it doesn't mean you can't make changes to those decisions after tonight. It's just that it's harder to incorporate new decisions after tonight because staff will have started actually assembling the draft budget book, which is a fairly thick document. We have tried to capture in the presentation tonight the issues the council needs to resolve tonight. So we've built a list of those things that's incorporated into the slides to kind of help take you through them in a logical order. It does start with capital projects because those are the most difficult to solve typically. And the decisions you make regarding capital projects will impact other expenditures in the budget. So it made sense to me to cover the capital projects first. To some extent, there's interplay between capital projects and other things, other projects recommended in the budget. But we will start with CIP and help you walk through that tonight and make some key decisions. If there are things that council members have brought up that we've not captured in the list to talk through tonight, that's okay. Our apologies if we've missed them. The intent is for you to discuss those and resolve them tonight. So if you see something missing in the slides that you wish to discuss, please, by all means, again, this budget retreat is for your benefit. So please bring those things up, discuss them with your fellow council members, try to reach some consensus so we know whether to include those things in the draft budget document. I think I covered everything. I just wanted to end. I appreciate Councilwoman Frank sharing this document. It was from the most recent edition of the CML magazine. Great things to think about, particularly tonight when you're making key policy decisions about how to spend money in the next budget year. I like the sort of the cheat sheet of things on this side. There's also a great article on the other side. I just wanted to read a portion of it to you because it just seems so relevant to what we're going to be doing tonight. About most of the way down on the left side column, it starts, "The temptation to abandon the importance of the future and satisfy the urgency of the rock throwers who want what they want and want it now can be highly seductive. But sacrificing the important for the urgent is usually not the right thing to do. When you were elected, you were entrusted with a sacred duty to shape the future for the next generation, and the generation after that, and the generation after that." So a lot of good things to think about in this article. But to Robert and I, that really stood out to us. I hope it's helpful to you tonight. So that's it. This is our agenda tonight. Of course, it's flexible. We'll work through the discussion items tonight in whatever manner it makes sense to you. We did think it might be useful to start with capital projects because there's a lot there to chew on, and the decisions you make there could impact other things in the 19 budget. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that we have a lot of staff in this room, and I know you guys have all spent countless hours of putting this together for us. And I know the council will come to some resolves on the issues that we need to resolve. But I just want to take the time to make sure you're thanked for being here tonight and being away from your families, and making sure that we have the proper information to make good decisions for our residents. So you all are appreciated. So thank you for everything that you've done up to this point. And I'm ready to start seeing the CIPP list.
Roger is our CIP guru. So none of this will be new information. We're presenting it in a slightly different way to help you kind of have that trade-off discussion about things you want to fund and things you may not want to fund. So I'll turn it over to Roger. If you could, this next slide just explains a little bit again why we're in late August wanting to make key decisions for the 19 budget. It's that timeline that I mentioned earlier. So with that, we'll move right into CIP.
And with your permission, I'm going to stand because otherwise I'll be writhing on the floor due to back spasms. So, yes, please. Armando will be handing out a list of projects. Actually, two of his minions will be handing it out. That'll be easier to read than what's on the screen.
Well, what's on the screen is 19. What they're getting is every CIP project that's out there right now, the next 5 years.
Thank you.
That's all right. I'm good. What's on the screen is 2019. What you're getting is the list of all the projects. What you're getting is on the small screen here to the right. And I'll be working off the magic spreadsheet because I need to know where the money comes from. This one. And yeah, why don't you? And can you give me a copy of what you just passed out? I don't want to steal Lisa's. Thank you. So as you can see, there are a significant number of projects. You also know right off the bat we don't have enough money to do all the projects. So it's going to be a matter of your choice because it's truly City Council's priority in terms of what projects you want to fund. We'll do our best to tell you, if you want to select a certain project, and if we have enough money from various sources, we can tell you that. And if we don't have enough money from various sources, we'll have to tell you that. And the reason I say that is there is some money that is specific. For example, road impact fees may only be spent in the area that they're collected. There's 3 zones in the north area, north of 96th Avenue, that determine where that money can be spent because it's collected within one of those 3 zones. Drainage fee money can only be spent in that particular drainage basin. So there are things like that that limit how the money can be used. More broadly, lottery funds and open space money can only be used for parks recreation type of projects. It cannot be used on road projects. So there are those type of limitations. So in terms of how we get to a funding recommendation, there are 2 things that basically came into play. One is, what is the rating by the Capital Improvement Citizen Advisory Committee? And so the CIP, CAC has looked at a number of these projects, the traditional category of projects, and have given a rank to them. And we can give you that rank as well. Then also we looked at funding source and what projects we've heard council talk about in the past year or 2 and tried to get those funded in some way or some fashion. But again, that does not mean you have to do those. Obviously, that comes back to your priority and what you see as the highest priority. There are 2 projects that are not on the list. One is we have a request from Cowley Company to help them extend utilities, water and sewer, east of E470, and that means basically drilling, boring under E470, under the interstate, to get those utilities to the east side. They've asked for $3 million. There is $3 million that belongs to the NIGID, the Northern Infrastructure General Improvement District, which currently is sitting in the Commercial General Improvement District, the E470 Commercial Area General Improvement District. And so that money is available, but again, given what council had talked about in the past, I targeted that 3 million from the NIGID towards 112th Avenue. But that assumes that 112th Avenue is still your priority. If not, that's available. Another project is the 120th Avenue widening. We have a request from Mark Bush and the Villages of Buffalo Run East development, basically to contribute $1 million to the estimated $4 million cost of widening 120th Avenue from Chambers Road east to basically where Buckley is now. That'll become the future High Plains Parkway as it goes south towards Reunion. And we could fund it. We have enough money in the road impact fee to fund it. However, there's a 5% contingency that we put in place for all of the capital projects. And so at the time we were doing the budget for the CIPP, we did not have enough money available in the general fund to cover that 5%. Now, subsequently, the outlook has changed slightly, so we could do that. And again, there's different sources of funds for doing that type of thing. I believe all of the other projects are represented in one way or another. I did receive a letter from the gentleman at Marty Farms requesting that we build a bridge over the O'Brien Canal for Yosemite Street. Start talking like Yosemite Sam if I don't watch it. But that was a commitment that City Council or the city made many years ago, but it was contingent on City Council funding it. And so far, City Council has not funded it. So again, it's discretionary in that sense. And so we've had a request that we fund it at some point. All of the other projects, I believe, are represented, at least the ones that seem to be a fairly high priority. Yes, sir.
Just had a question about the E470 boring. It's on, is that a loan? Would it be just our cost to extend these utilities for Cowley? What's the return on investment? What's the taxes generated from the development they're looking at putting in? Is it going to make it happen sooner or later? And you know, so when I get an ask of $3 million to extend utilities, I kind of need to know what the expectation of return on that investment is going to be for the city.
Sure. I don't think that they can guarantee any particular return on investment at this point. And the reason I say that is the first development that they're proposing to do residential first, and then south of that along 104th is commercial. So the commercial, mixed use, and residential is all part of that same development. However, I know that they're going to start with residential because they know there's a sure market. Now, beyond that, there's a business park to the south, which they're proposing. But again, you know, at what point? So, you know, in terms of trying to tell you what the return on investment will be, I'm not sure that we could give you with a straight face a return on investment on that money. Possibly, but.
Well, how about
the other question you had asked, is it cash or a loan? What they're looking for is that it would be an obligation of one of the general improvement districts. Now, in their case, if they lead with residential, then we probably want to make it an obligation of the residential general improvement district. So it would be a loan from the NIGID to the ERA GID. However, it would not be an obligation that they would repay, if you understand. So it'd be a cost share.
And that's money that the NIGID loaned to the commercial GID, E470 commercial GID. They have the money back now from that loan, could repay back to the NIGID if we so desire.
That's correct.
Or they could continue to owe the NIGID, and it could be used for the ECA GID for the development of utilities, which isn't any different than what we used the NIGID, was to extend utilities to an area to promote development.
That's correct.
But my only concern is, and I think just for the new council and viewers that may be at home, the NIGID, that $3 million that's hanging out there that's owed back to the NIGID, when it comes to overall debt of the NIGID, how many years it's going to take to pay that down, and this loan being repaid back to the NIGID, what's the significance of that happening now versus later if we were to utilize that $3 million with another GID that would owe it back to the NIGID?
I would have to turn to finance to ask how much is the total debt on the NIGID.
Sorry, having technical difficulties. The debt won't be repaid on the NIGIDs until one of them is paid off on 2031 and the other is 2038. So that $3 million does make a portion of debt service payment, but we don't have the ability to refund or pay down debt until at least 2024 for the NIGIDs.
And you can't refinance that GID until then either, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So we're locked up until then. And my intent to that question is to make sure that everybody knows that that $3 million needs to go back to debt service to the NIGID within a time frame that it wouldn't be a net negative effect on that GID to the people that live within that GID. So 2024 would be the earliest that we could refinance the Northern Infrastructure General Improvement District.
Yep, and you
so-
could apply that towards
And we could
paying
apply
down the
the,
debt.
but, so I guess my point being, the $3 million, at least in my opinion, has to be back into the NIGID with that loan, needs to be back by 2024 if whoever's sitting on the council wishes to do a refinance or pay that debt down by $3 million at that time. But I just didn't want council members to be sitting here thinking, oh, I got $3 million, we can use it for whatever we want up in that area. It is tied back to a debt service to that Northern Infrastructure DID.
Just to clarify, you could use that $3 million for a capital project in the NIGID. Holding
Sure.
it back for debt payments is a legitimate use of that money too.
Sure. But what we're talking about, the project with the infrastructure, is not in the NIGID boundaries. It's in a different GID area, and that debt would be owed from that GID back to another. However, if they got development going because of the infrastructure, and we promoted that development just like we did the northern area, and we got some of that money back, it's kind of that, getting the cart in front of the horse type of scenario is where do you want to apply this money? But it would have to be repaid back to the NIGID or used in the NIGID respectfully in one manner or another. Mr. Douglas, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, I had a question. Which developer asked to reduce their NIGI? Was that Cowley or was that Thompson for development?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I followed that. Which developer asked to reduce? The
Yes, they
NIGID?
reduced their
Oh, the GID mill levy. That was in the ECA GID, the commercial area.
Right.
And that was DIA, TC,
That's
Nexus.
Chris Thompson, right?
Chris Thompson,
He
yes.
reduced it from 27 to 24, correct?
We reduced it down to 10 mil
10
for
mils.
2 years, and then it stair steps back up.
When does that stair step back up?
It's a total of 5 years, as I recall. Do you guys have it handy? It's 2 years for 10 mils for 2 years, and then I believe it goes to 15 mils. It is 5 years. I remember that. But we can get you the specifics on
Does that cap out to 27?
Ultimately, it
27
gets
mils
back.
the cap?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry. Ultimately, it gets back to 27. Yes.
Okay. Now, does that further out the debt service as far as, as far as calculations?
The ECA GID and the ERA GID currently have no debt.
Okay.
And so we were able to lower the mill levy. And the reason stair steps back up is to prepare it to get ready to issue debt at some point, because we'll need to have the, assessed value generating tax at that point.
Okay.
And we'll need to have some type of reserves in hand when we do get to the point of issuing some type of bonds.
All right.
So that was the logic behind that stair step back up.
Okay.
And then
Thanks.
it also coincides with the debt that is supposed to be retired by the Saba Altura Fire District.
Right.
So that it kind of offsets, because their debt is supposed to be retiring off.
Okay.
I do have another question.
Yes, sir?
On the ECA GID, which is the GID ultimately that should be the mechanism to finance the infrastructure that we're being asked by Cali to put in. Why, instead of loaning money from one GID to another, why can't we start issuing some debt in the ECA GID in front of the development that Cali's wanting to do, so that it keeps it clean, instead of moving this $3 million from one to another, back to another, and having this system the way we're doing? I think everybody needs to know why the process of moving around instead of that GID
Sure.
issuing debt like the NIGID originally did.
Currently, the only assessed value there is due to the 7-Eleven store and the McLean Food Services Distribution Center. So in that sense, it has a fairly limited assessed value yet. McLean is certainly a large facility that generated a lot of assessed value. However, by itself, it's not enough to, I don't believe, it's not enough to issue bonds at this point yet to the tune of $3 million.
Before we had any development up north, I know United Power and South Adams were partners with us when we built the NIGID, but when there was no development up there, how did we issue debt to get the utilities in place based on that assessed value back then versus, I'm just trying to figure out what's different with this. And I know there was some money put up by these agencies to make that happen.
Yes, United Power, in essence, bought all of the bonds that were issued at that time. And that was to put in the initial trunk system, backbone system, if you will, of water and sewer. And so they purchased it. That was before I came on staff. When I came on staff, we had the issue that the NIGID wasn't generating enough property tax to support the debt payments on that. And so we had to refinance that immediately. And we were able to get a lower interest rate and basically pay off United Power and then issue bonds at a lower interest rate, because by that point, there was enough assessed value to support the lower bond payment. So with a lower interest payment, we were able to do that. But, because it was so speculative back then, they were charging us 8% interest on that bond. And so that's why we were able to refinance at a lower rate. So I don't know if they would be willing to do that at this point. It's certainly something we could talk to them about. But again, we would be paying a pretty high interest rate, I'm sure.
I'm just trying to figure out what the fair way to get infrastructure into these GIDs would be. And I don't want the perception of the other GIDs or people that live in the other GID to think they're having to finance
Right.
this. So there's a balance to why I'm asking these questions. And most importantly is that as long as we have the obligation to make that NIGID whole before a future council would desire to pay some debt service off or refinance.
Yeah, the original logic for why the money went from the NIGID to the ECA GID to make that loan was that it was going to be a cost share for Tower Road. And if you recall, Tower Road then goes off alignment and connects to Buckley, and that's the High Plains Parkway. So that's the future plan, so that there's a major north-south connection through the whole metro area, if you will. And so the logic was that the three GIDs would participate based on traffic estimations, traffic count estimations in the funding of Tower Road. Subsequent to that then, after we set that mechanism up, then council took the ballot issue to the voters, and the voters passed the 2K tax increase and bonds. And if you recall, then David Foster came and said, hey, since that bond issue is paying for Tower Road, why don't you unwind that so you don't have that debt, basically debt burden on the ECA and the ERA GIDs. And council agreed to that. So that mechanism was removed, but the money had already been transferred for the loan to the Denver Tech Center. And so, or the DIA Tech Center, sorry. And so that's why the money actually was moved and made available. So,
I got the points across I wanted to get across before we do anything with this $3 million. Mr. Houston?
pull it up.
Oh, there we go. Is there any chance that Cali would be willing to restructure their schedule so that they do the commercial property before they put the homes in?
I'm looking at,
It's going to take the homes to attract the commercial.
Michelle, you need to turn your microphone on.
I'm not used to this stuff. Oh, mine's already on. I think it's going to take the residential development to attract the commercial, so it'll make that piece stronger.
And how many homes are we talking about?
200 and something?
Yeah, it's,
So 200 homes is going to make a difference for commercial versus the thousands that are already sitting up in that area?
no, I think it's more than 200 homes, but I don't have the numbers in front of me.
I think retail is a portion of Cali's plans. They do have a business park planned as well. I think from their perspective, the most marketable land is residential, which is why they want to lead with that. But as Roger indicated, they've not previously indicated any sort of guarantee as to the timing of other development, but it's a fair question to ask them. Would they consider leading or providing some other sort of guarantees about non-residential development, which is more what the city's interested, I think.
Yeah,
I
struggle with-
apologize. It's 200 acres.
200 acres?
Yeah, so they were proposing 1,050 residential units on the north area plus the mixed use.
I struggle with loaning a company more money so they can build more homes whenever I think anybody would agree that that is not the direction that we need to be going right now.
The only reason I brought it to you is it was a request made, plus we do need to get a pressure zone built for that area around E470. That's the only reason, so.
And I think that if their plans included focusing on the commercial or the mixed use ahead of time, then that would be a little bit easier of an ask than just saying loan us $3 million so we can build another 1,000 homes, which is going to stress the school system that much more and does not have the retail and commercial infrastructure to support it, which is more tax dollars fleeing our city while we've loaned out money for them to provide that opportunity. So I can't agree with that.
I would say in terms of the process tonight, City Council doesn't necessarily have to make a decision at all on the Cali request. I mean, Roger's just wanting you to know that it's out there. In fact, I don't think you should, if you were inclined to fund that, I don't think you should until you consider all of the other capital projects that are on the list anyway. But I think it's fair to let you know that that request is out there. Roger and I talked earlier about some mechanism to formally bring it before the city, whether it's in front of one of the GIDs or in front of the City Council. Particularly if they're making an official request, we'll have to act on it at some point. But it doesn't necessarily have to be as part of the budget process tonight.
Well, and I appreciate that, and the reason I brought it up is because it's the first time that this council's seen this ask, and we're gonna be making some decisions that I didn't want the council to be holding back on what are we gonna do with this $3 million because of this ask. I wanted everybody to know how this works and why. Mr. Madera.
Yeah, I think we're going to need more information on this because we always go back to how high the taxes are in the metro districts, and if we are going to have this new community come in and be built, this could be a way to keep the mill levy down on one of these metro districts that we have coming in. But we also need to have more information on how the debt's going to be serviced, what our plan is to repay the improvement district, and make sure that we have all the information timely, including what it would cost for this metro district to go out and issue that debt on their own, what the difference in interest rates would be, and what we're talking about in terms of total dollars. Because I don't think that the $3 million in itself, having that loan, is unheard of. But we have to follow this all the way through to the end, have the debt service payments planned out, what the difference is between having the loan from this improvement district to this improvement district versus taking out new debt and the burden that would cause. So I think we need a little bit more information on just all the pieces to this before we can really make an informed decision.
Yeah. We definitely can do that.
All right. Mr. Davis?
Could you tell me where that is again? East
Yes,
of,
so it would be 104th Avenue as you go east, and where it intersects with E470. It would be basically bringing the utilities under, under the E470, since it goes over top of.
okay,
For development on the east side of E470.
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
104th and E470. I apologize, I didn't mean to get City Council down a rabbit hole. Just wanted to make you aware of those projects before we dive into the project list.
I'm glad that you brought it up, and, looking over the list, looks like otherwise you got pretty much everything on there. I don't want to continue down that rabbit hole. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood the $3 million and where it goes and where it has to go back to it at some point in time. So go ahead and continue with your.
All right, so the first 27 lines there are the projects that are proposed to you for funding and their estimated costs. Now, for an example, I'll use pavement management as a egregious example. It lists $15 million, but that's over many years. Look at the 2019 cost, that's 1.5, and we would expect we're going to be spending that much money in the next 5 years each year, plus some additional. Yes, sir.
Roger, while Armando has what we refer to as the magic spreadsheet on the screen, explain what that is, especially how it's different than the one we handed out.
So across the top of that spreadsheet, you can see the various funding sources. And so there's some carryover money, which is future growth. That's basically an account that we're closing out on recommendation by the outside audit firm. And that was set aside in years past, basically as 2 cents out of the 3.5 cents on the use tax from new construction in the north area back in the last decade, basically. We're no longer doing that with the passage of 2K, and so that is recommended to be closed out and made available for capital projects. And then you see transportation tax, solid waste, Adams County open space, lottery, etc. The general fund is that one in the middle, and then road and bridge, highway user tax, et cetera, et cetera. So we have these different funding sources, and that's what I mentioned earlier. Some of them are available anywhere. For example, general fund, road and bridge, and transportation tax can be used anywhere. So again, some are restricted, some are available anywhere.
Just to add to that, the reason the spreadsheet is handy is it shows each tab would be a different year in our 5-year CIP plan. But we have it on the screen tonight so that if you want to sort of tinker a bit, add funding for a project, remove funding for a project, move money around to another project, we can actually sort of do that on the fly tonight, so you can see how it might impact sort of the bottom line of money available, and particularly if we're adding money to accomplish a project, but that money's got to come somewhere, to kind of help you go through the exercise of, well, where would you want to take money from in order to accomplish a project? Same thing if you decided to move money from a project to fund something else. So the idea is to have this up on the screen and be able to move money around and see the net result of that.
The other thing I should mention about the spreadsheet, at the very top, you can see the projected revenue. And so there is a council policy that we would use the previous year's revenue and not dip into the fund balance necessarily, but again, that's council's discretion. So we have attempted to stay fairly close to what that annual revenue number is and not dip into the fund balance itself. But again, like I say, that's council's decision, and ultimately the policy was approved by council, so you can change that. Any other questions about that spreadsheet? Yes, sir.
You had a question. The $6 million, that was the loan that was paid back for 96, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
We received that in July.
And this is the exact document that we use at a staff level to figure out how to fund everything. So kind of very open book tonight for you to see and with our help work with.
Do you have any comments or questions or concerns with that first 27 items that we listed for 2019?
Mr. Madar.
Yeah, so I see 112th there is we're projected to have 4 million for 2019 with a total budget of 13 million. That makes it a quarter of the budget, but we're still going to be $22 million short, so that would mean we'd be committing $4 million over 6 years.
So let me give you a little bit background there. There is 4 million that's available right now. That was left from the 2K project with the recreation center and its associated infrastructure. So there's 4 million. We have a $3 million grant NRDS, Natural Resources Damages Settlement. That money is available for reestablishing the canal, the channel, I should say, of Second Creek through that park site. So that's just north of 112th Avenue. And we're obligated to match that with $4 million, but you know, we would have this 4 million plus the 4 million that's currently available already. Also in the 2018 budget, we budgeted 1.8 million from the drainage, Second Creek drainage basin money for drainage improvements. That project, the reason it's so expensive is it involves you know, both taking care of the wetland issues, establishing the regional drainage pond for Second Creek, and basically building the embankment for 112th Avenue to get it up out of the floodplain in that area, as well as paving it then. Excuse me. So it's all of those elements that are in that 26 million, and we don't know how good of an estimate that 26 million is, quite frankly.
So are we planning to do it start to finish, or is this making headway towards eventually getting that? Because, you know, I see the $26 million estimate, and we have 10 million, 6.8 being put up by the city, you know, not counting the grant. Do we have any commitment from the developer in the area? Because I know originally that was supposed to be the deal with that, was they were going to contribute.
Correct. Yeah, we are continuing discussions with the developer and have made it abundantly clear that they're going to have to come up with part of that cost. And that's where we're at right now is Michelle is drafting our memorandum of understanding that would start laying that type of thing out for them to see what they agree. The proposed initial cost would be for design, and what we're proposing to do is design the entire 112th corridor, and then as well as the drainage basin improvements and, you know, Second Creek improvements. So that's the initial thing, would be complete the design and then continue the negotiations on the cost share between the developer and us. We're also trying to prime the pump to make an ask of Adams County to participate. Don't know if that'll be successful, but we've been planting some seeds.
So this, just to expand on it, this approach would be let's dedicate some money towards the project, do some additional design, continue to discuss with the developer. It's not necessarily a commitment to fund it in each subsequent year in the 5-year plan. It could just be an initial amount of money to complete design and refine our agreements with the developers that are impacted. But another legitimate approach would be let's wait until we know more, particularly in our negotiations with the developer, before we set such a significant chunk of money aside for it. Again, there's no right or wrong. This assumes council has a desire to start chipping away at it, but that's
And so my
subject to
concern
council.
with that is, we commit all this money and don't finish it, don't get a commitment from the developer, and now this is 6.8 million from the city's budget, not counting any grants that we're spending on this project that may not come to fruition, or we can, spend that money elsewhere. And that's only a portion of the 26 million. So if we were to continue on that, then now we're on the hook for, another 20 million.
It's an excellent point.
If you want more information, Michelle can talk about, there's 4 phases. If you want more information, or if you want to move on, it's up to you guys.
I'm gonna go to Jose.
Thank you. I thought at the last budget meeting, we kind of came into that this was too much, and we'd rather fund other projects than the 112th. I mean, I know we still had to discuss it a little, but I know some of us talked that day and said this is just too much to spend on one project, and where Oscar's going is right. What if it does come to them, and then they're going to come to us again and say, hey, it was kind of what the rec center happened. We need more money because of this design that they did 3 years ago or whatever. So I just think that line item for me is a lot. I'd rather look at other options that we could use, even that 4 million. I know it's a big debate because our residents up there from 112th, from Potomac to Chambers, but I think we could use that money differently in the city, in the Northern Range and the core city.
Mr. Taylor.
I would like to have Michelle explain at least the first 2 phases, if nothing else, so we can see, so they can see what actually is going to be involved.
So the 112th project is not just the roadway, it also, take this off, it's a lot easier. Roger's right, that's a lot easier. It also includes the Second Creek detention pond. Second Creek is a major detention area for the city and for the region, and so that actually extends to where the new community park would be. I don't remember what it's called, Carolyn, but it's the Second Creek Community Park right next to the rec center, all the way down to just past DIA. So that is a primary drainage corridor for the city and for where all of our new development is going. The 112th Avenue project would pick up the pavement from essentially Blackhawk, and then the proposal would be to take it all the way to Tower Road. So we would, in a constructability design perspective, look at a holistic design of 112th from Blackhawk all the way to Tower Road, because then you can determine where Chambers would go. So the first phase would actually be the drainage structures across the O'Brien Canal. So do we have a Google map that we could possibly bring up? But if you remember, there's a horseshoe, 112th kind of horseshoes around our park. So there's a drainage structure that we would look at that would go across the O'Brien Canal of some form or fashion, yet to be designed. The second phase would then include that drainage outfall and connect to the existing Second Creek structure from the O'Brien up to Interstate 76. Phase 3 would be the regional detention pond, which would be south of 112th. Okay, there we go, right there. Can you go to the satellite view? Do you have a doohickey? Do you have a doohickey? So phase 1 would, do you have a doohickey thingy? A pointer? Thanks. Where's Councilman Douglas's pointer when you need it? So phase 1 would essentially be a connection to the O'Brien Canal. Phase 2 would be from the canal north to I-76. Phase 3 would be the drainage basin to the south through that whole corridor area. Ooh, a mouse. Look at that. So there's a connection here that has to be made, and then phase 2 connects up this way. Phase 3 does the regional drainage all through here. And then phase 4 connects from Blackhawk to some alternative yet to be determined. Phase 5 could be Chambers, and phase 6 would essentially be Chambers all the way to Tower Road over here. So those are the multiple phases of the project. One of the key things we need to do is determine the approach and the design if we were going to proceed, how to do that.
So it's more just the drainage at this point.
That's correct, sir.
So could we put that instead of the road and be a lot more clearer when we're looking at this? I'm thinking it's just a pavement. If you put drainage, I mean, that would help us a lot more.
Sure. The other suggestion I would have, if paving 112th itself is decided to be a lower priority, we might want to set some money aside to signalize the intersection of Chambers and 112th. My sense is that we may need to signalize the intersection before the city's in a position to pave 112th, but that's just a suggestion.
I don't disagree, Brian, and I'm going to lean towards what Oscar was saying. I absolutely want to get 112 done sooner than later. I have said that from day one. The downside is I don't think we have our partners aligned yet, and I think Oakwood has to participate, and we need to know what level they're going to participate to be able to make a rational decision on how much money through CIP we're going to be putting into this project. I also believe that Franco has improvements that they have to make on their ditch. And it would be nice to see if urban drainage could kind of identify what they're responsible for at that connection where Second Creek bisects their ditch. So, and then again, we're talking to the county to see if they would be willing to participate at some level. And so without knowing what those partnerships are, it makes it really hard to sit here and start throwing money at something that we don't know what we may be throwing it at until we know what the partnerships are. And if we start putting money to it now and we're trying to identify partners, I would hate to have those partners go, well, look, they're already paying for it. You know, I don't want to get them to think that their obligation isn't as big as what it may be. So I think it's twofold. We need 112th, and I want the residents to have 112th, but because of the amount and the lack of identification of our partners and at what level of participation, makes it really hard for this council to identify a funding stream for that project.
Well, we've put in a request to urban drainage for them to participate. We've identified that with Oakwood that they have to participate. We've planted seeds with Adams County. So, you know, you're right. We don't know what those partnerships look like yet at this point. However, to be able to get to the point of firming up partnerships, we'll need to have a design and a firm cost estimate. So that's that's why the design
So,
really is the first phase.
I guess if that's the case, what I'd like to see on our CIPP request is what's the design cost for that road so that we can get it to the point of establishing the partnerships we need and then have a direct number that this council will have to identify.
Okay.
And then going with that, I think, just like what Mayor said, we have other projects that we know needs to happen. We don't need to wait for partners, we're not waiting for any MOUs, we know they need to happen. So I'd rather spend that money in the meantime using that we know it has to happen, and waiting, like you said, let's get the design and then seeing if the partners are gonna jump on board.
How much is the design?
3.9, Michelle just told me, so.
Is that 3.9 for the drainage and the roadway, or just the drainage?
I'm using a 15% of the total project cost, 10% for design and 5% for environmental, since we have to work with the Corps of Engineers. So 15% of 26 million.
But that would be for the entire project. If we just earmarked design for the drainage improvements in Second Creek,
You
any idea?
You still need to know where the roadway is going, so you still have to.
Not necessarily all the way to Tower.
That's true. The 26 million number is just for the part, though, from Chambers to Blackhawk.
So your best estimate of design would be 4 million?
Wow. 4 million's a lot for a design of a road that distance. You can build a road that distance for that cost.
Right.
But I know the complications that we have with this particular road, and I know why it's higher.
Yeah.
But design at 4 million is,
It's the drainage and it's the embankment and all of that.
Would, since we're doing drainage, the canal, and even development, would they go on or partners with us to do that design?
Yes.
So what would their cost be, or is this the total for us, and then they would add on to that?
That comes back to the MOU and the negotiation, basically, on the design. So, but they have committed that they would participate in the design. Now, what that is, we have to nail that down, obviously. But the problem with this whole project is the ankle bone is connected to the shin bone, connected to the knee bone, drainage and all of that.
well, if we're looking for partners on the design as well, and you've got the county potentially, you've got potentially urban drainage, and you have for sure some component of Oakwood that I don't think I would ask the council members to support the total of what we think that design would be, but maybe a portion to attract the partnerships to get to the design.
Now, one item for your consideration, and that is we have the 4 million from the 2K and the 1.8 from the drainage fee fund. So right now, sitting here today, there's 5.8 million budgeted, if you will. If you're willing to allow us to proceed with that money in terms of getting design and getting partners to participate in that design, then you would not have to obligate any additional money for 2019. That would give you some time for future consideration. So.
Well, and I think that is exactly what this council just needed to know, is that there's already money set aside. We could cover design if this council so desires. We're not going to be tapping into the rest of the unencumbered funds that we need for CIP, and we can still go after the partners to get the design work done. Because we're sitting here thinking we've got to come up with $4 million for design out of our CIPP.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you mentioned that, because that makes it better. I still don't know if we should obligate the whole $4 million for design without at least trying to use it as leverage on some of these potential partners.
Our only time, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Benjamin.
I agree with a lot of the points that have been made before, and I'm struggling with, is the juice worth the squeeze on this analogy here, because we're talking about a mile of roadway at $26 million. If you go down further on your list of projects requested but not funded, the same amount of money would do 96th Avenue from I-76 all the way out to where it's already widened out near Tower Road. So I'm struggling when we look at the amount of traffic and the usage that would take place on a mile of roadway when there are other alternatives versus the amount of traffic that takes place on 96th Avenue and the fact that that is one of the core transportation routes across our city, why would we be focusing on 1 mile when we could be focusing on 12 miles or whatever the distance is, and ensuring that we have a better transportation module across the entire city? Don't do that, Michelle.
The only time constraint I have to make you aware of is the grant requires us to be under contract for the Second Creek Channel improvement by next year, basically the September, it's about a year from now, September of 2019. That's the only obligation in terms of timing. The only other thing I would say is we're going to have to build the regional detention pond for Second Creek at some point here fairly soon. I can't give you a firm date of what fairly soon means, but within the next several years. Each of those detention ponds typically run, I'm going to use a round number of about $6 million based on what I've seen from urban drainage in terms of their outfall study. So, you know, just so you put it into perspective again, that's part of this 26 million, unfortunately, is at least 6 million for a regional detention pond. At this point, the current plan that urban drainage is working on looks like we'll be able to go from 3 ponds to 2 on Second Creek, but that's not 100% guaranteed yet at this point. The original plan that we were working from required 3 detention ponds, one at Parcel K, which is we've started excavating that one, which is south of 96th Avenue. The next one would be at Chambers Road, just north of 104th. And then the third one would be this one that we're talking about at 112th. So, you know, we may be able to get by with 2 ponds, but at some point we're going to have to build those fairly soon just because development is happening in that Second Creek Basin. So again, just want you to factor that into your thinking.
Another key point is that if we're going to lose a $4 million grant, that is a concern. That's something that this council needs to be considering, because that's an additional $4 million we'd have to come up with at a later time if we don't take advantage of the grant.
Right.
So because it's a matching grant, the 5.6 or whatever million that we already have set aside, if we use that for design, is that 4 million considerable for the match on the I'm seeing Michelle go, yes it is, and I'm seeing Roger go, no it isn't.
Carolyn and I are matching that, yes.
Okay.
So I guess what I'm saying is, you know, I need to know that, because it's not us coming up with design plus another 4 million to meet the match for the grant and ended up with a total of 8. If the design is 4 and that's a qualifier for the match on the drainage side, and you have to have a total of 6 to do the pond, we need to start figuring out, based on time, what we have to get this grant and stuff achieved, so that we're not throwing good money after bad, and we're not putting money out that doesn't need to be put out until it needs to be put out. So I'm just trying to get a balance on which came first, the pond or the creek. You know, we gotta identify how this money has to be spent so that we're being as smart as we can, because just like Benjamin said, there's other road projects that we get a lot more bang for our buck based on need, but we're talking about a major drainage component that has to be done. Timing on the ponds, timing on the grant. If the match is qualifying for the design, at least we're not gonna lose the grant. I think all those are factors in a decision that has to be made.
Yeah, just to qualify what I said earlier, you know, in terms of you don't have to obligate more money in the sense that we have money there already. But again, by the time we get to the point of doing the improvements to Second Creek, we have to have a match. Now, I understand that some of that design could be a match, but I doubt that all of it could be a match, because, you know, that's going to be designing the road work as well. So I would, I think, offer that caveat to what was said earlier. And the other final point is we're trying to bank money with these huge projects so that when we do get to the point of execution, the money is there. So that's the rationale for asking for the additional money at this point. So
I'm going to go with Steve first. We'll get off.
In council, you got to understand that this is something that was part of the original plan for the rec center of the road, and that plan got split. So I had emailed everyone back in November 2015 what the new rec center infrastructure key design elements were. So if you check your email, you can see that. It also gives a list of the big portion of money's coming from the 2K bond. And so all these projects in the north are very expensive. Not one of them is going to be a cheap way around it. There's probably going to be less cost. I know this conservative estimate would be $26 million. It might come in a lot less because we're going to break, from my estimate for this right here was about bringing those improvements to the rec center. Instead, we brought it the other way, up Highway 2. And so, but here's some notes from back in 2015 to just kind of outline of what the need is in an area, and as far as this package, and it's not only just a road, just like I said, it's also for that that community park. So in order to complete this whole rec center in that area there, and it is as also there's key partners, and those have already been highlighted already. But as far as 96, that's all going to be, that's a big portion, that's going to be 2K dollars as well. So it's not like it's money that we have, you know, in the piggy bank. It's pretty much was related to 2K dollars. And about at 26 million, I'm sure back then the 2K estimate was 15.5 million. It might be more, but it just really is around 2K bond. Grants that if we don't use them at a certain time, they'll go away. Second Creek drainage impacts, and then some other partners. So just to note, if we put this off, it still has to be done. The cost could go at 25%. So it's something that I've seen. If we're going to do something, we're going to and complete it, because this helps other projects out as well. And it takes it off at an earlier time instead of putting it on later, which now we got to find funds, and then we have to look at re-establishing those grants. So just keep in mind, yes, we have other projects. We have $1 billion worth of projects, and this is only a small portion. And yes, you can put this off, use the money someplace else, but you're still tapping into 2K dollars. So just keep that in mind. Thanks.
Mr. Madera.
So first of all, looking back on this 2015 presentation that you sent, the budget was 21 million for infrastructure. We spent close to 22 million. So you gotta consider that as well. The 112 not budgeted for under the new rec center location and how all that worked. That was not part of the 2K. So
You just had to split it up. That's why you don't see the other part.
yeah, that was the original location for the rec center. So let's not, mislead.
No, that wasn't
here.
original. That was
But
after. This is
going
second.
back to this project as it currently sits, I want to know how much of the design counts towards the grant money, because if it is a $6 million cost, we're going to have to put up $2 million anyways. If $2 million of that for design qualifies towards the grant, then that would
we'll have to get more information for you. Sorry,
okay, yeah,
don't
can we
know.
get some actions on that? Because that would help a lot. Then that'd be 6 million, and if we already have 5.8 million set aside,
Yeah.
then that would make it a lot easier for us to go along with, just for the design and making this drainage viable.
Sure. Okay.
I do have a question about some of the comments that Mr. Douglas made about 2K dollars. how much of the money that you are talking about of the 26 million do you have identified that would be 2K dollars for 112th or 96th Avenue improvements?
For 96th Avenue? Or
Yeah.
112th?
No? 96th and 112th. Mr.
Oh,
Douglas
for
was
the
talking
drainage?
about 2K dollars that were gonna be spent on 112th and 96th Avenue. I just wanna know what is left available of the 2K dollars, because I know we have some left that's not, you know, without, and we're bonded, so the debt service is gonna kick in, and we're not gonna have capital for another 2K project until we start regaining some revenues off of the 2K. It's pushed out for 30-plus years.
Well, the easy answer is 4 million is left in the project, so there's 4 million available yet for that 112th Avenue area based on the Recreation Center project in
Right.
112th. In addition to that, then there's 14 million in fund balance, which
In the
is...
2K.
Yes, 2K. So the reason we haven't recommended dipping into that just yet is because we're waiting to see how much is actually spent on Tower Pena, and that will come back from Denver. Potentially that could be 6 million, but it more probably will be less than that. So that's aside from the 14 million. But also, we had projected originally that there was going to be some years where revenue would not cover all of the expenses in the operating side of 2K because of debt service and the O&M, the operation and maintenance costs. That has proved to not be the case. We've had enough revenue so far to cover both debt service and the operation and maintenance. So that's the positive side. We don't know for sure, you know, how that will all still wash out. So that's why we've been pretty conservative with dipping
So-
into that fund balance.
On my question, we got $14 million left available in 2K dollars that could be used for transportation or recreation if this council so desires.
Correct.
You're holding some of that back for debt service obligations to see once we get on a trend of what those costs are going to be. There's also 4 million left in the recreation project. I guess what my question is out of the dollars that we were just talking about, of the 26 million, the 5.5 million that you have, the money for the ponds and everything else, what 2K dollars were you anticipating in that discussion being used on 112
Only the original 4 million?
that's left in the project?
Yes.
Secondly, what, if any, 2K dollars were you identifying for the line item of 96th Avenue? Because Steve talked about that having 2K dollars being used for it, and I didn't see that, and I want to make sure that we haven't identified any 2K expenditures that I was unaware of or that the council was unaware of. So I think it needs to be clear that we're not spending 2K dollars on any of these projects yet until this council makes a decision to do that. And yes, I do agree. We talked about design of 112th and building 112th when we talked about the original location of the rec center, but because of expansion costs and moving it, and where it really hit us was with the impact to the O'Brien Canal and the costs associated with FRICO on the design that they wanted versus the design that we had seen that Shea originally had.
Right.
Was exponential in additional costs.
Correct.
So I just don't want any of the council members or anybody at home thinking that we've already identified any 2K dollars to be used on 112 or on 96. But we do have 4 million left over from the project that could be utilized on 112. And we have 5.5 million set aside already for design, or is that 4 million part of that 5.5?
The 4 million is part of that 5.5.
That's
No-
important for us to know as well.
Yeah, no additional 2K money was allocated in my modeling anyway for 112th Avenue, and no 2K money was anticipated for 96th Avenue. for the drainage improvements or any
Not that we
roadway.
can't decide to use some, but we
Absolutely.
haven't at this point in time.
That's correct.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I just want to clarify something, that this design was for the second choice of the where the rec center is, where it is right now. This design wasn't for the initial rec center because our original spot was on that floodplain. So this design of this road, or this key design package, was where the rec center is now. This is not from the original site.
Yeah, the 4 million, is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about the location, because it was indicated that this was from the old site, but this is designed for the new site where the rec center sits now.
Correct.
I think I need to make
Correct.
something
The
clear. I
initial-
think what he's implying is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, but to make this simple, I think Steve is implying that the 2K project of the rec center was to include 112th and all the improvements. And I think that that's part of what the council's been debating with, because of location of it moving, the cost of it happening, and the ballot language was explicit and didn't include 112. And so there's some council members that are going to sit here and go, no, that wasn't part of that project and our obligation to meet that project obligation. Some of us would say, no, we said we're going to keep 112th open and get it done. And I'm on the side that we need to keep it open and get it done. However, the cost has went up exponentially since we had those discussions, and it wasn't because of any fault of the city, it's because of outside impacts from FRICO and the partnership with Shea and everything else, and their original design and what it's turned into. And I guess a message to the public: we as a council want to get 112 done, but because of cost, it's not something that can happen overnight. Otherwise, every other project in this city will go to a standstill, and there are signals and safety improvements that have to be made, and we can't hold some of that off. And so I'm not trying to speak for the whole council in this, I'm just trying to rectify what Mr. Douglas is trying to say about our obligation to 112 as part of the ballot measure project of 2K, correct, Mr. Douglas? And I also want to try to go towards what Oscar and Jose are saying, as that wasn't part of that. And so it's kind of convoluted. Yes, we want to get it done, but if we spend $26 million out of the CIPP budget, then there's not going to be any other safety improvements able for us to deal with. I think it's important now at this time to let the council know, we've talked about 2, maybe 3 projects total off this entire list. And we really have a limited amount of time tonight, and we're going to have to get to what I would consider the nut cutting and figure out what projects we're going to be doing with the money that we have that will best impact our residents with that expenditure.
If you're ready to move on, I can.
Kind of tried to get that going.
Yeah.
Well, to give you time to think about whether you want to move on, dinner is here. Would you like to pause and grab some food before we move on? And then when we come back with some food, we'll ask you more discussion on 112th. We can always park it, come back to it later too.
That's fine. Let's take a break to be able to get our meals, and we'll get back in here and give everybody a chance to blood pressure to drop and get to the next projects.
obligation, keeping the 1 million in for 2019, since it'll be 4 million for the design piece of 112, and then we have 1.8 million left over, so that should get us towards our 3 million, so we don't lose the grant money to improve the drainage. And then I'd like to see 120th move forward on for $1 million to.
Well, let's just pull the ones off for now.
Okay.
I'll come back around and we'll talk about what we want to add.
All right. Yeah, that's the only one I'd pull off is the 3 million.
All right. Mr. Guardiola.
Yeah, I'd like to remove number 2 completely, because I think we have that 5.8 there. And then I'm with Ben on the number 3. We could remove both those.
All right. Mr. Davis.
All right. I apologize, I'm the new guy here. I have a couple of questions. Is this working?
Yep.
Stand by. I agree with the number 2 as well. I use that rec center all the time, and I drive down 104th to get there to Potomac. I stop at King Soopers back and forth. I have driven down 112th there, and I just can't buy into that at this time either, even being the new guy. So I'd like to see that one removed. And on a different note, can someone explain to me what the Bison Ridge site planning is?
So the parcel of property that was purchased for the Bison Ridge Recreation Center, as you'll notice there's no playground, picnic shelter, any other amenities associated with that site. And this is simply would be to master plan. It's just
Makes
under
sense.
25 acres.
All right, thank you. I have nothing else, thank you.
Mr. Jeter.
Yes, I have no problem with removing number 2. I still want to see the design money and the grant money covered.
Hopefully somebody's keeping tabulations over here.
We're going to need a little bit of clarification.
I realize that. So, I want to get to mine real quick. Number 2, I'm okay with pulling the 3 million out that goes back to the GID. But, I'm with Oscar and leaving what needs to be there to make sure that we are obligated with the grant and the design of 112. Number 3 is a tough one because we need to get 112th built from Chambers to Tower. But what are the obligations of the developers through that area? And what is the city's obligation? And it looks to me like this needs to be negotiated and come back with more information before I start throwing money at it. And because of that reason, not that I'm not willing to help get that done, but if we don't know where we're at and what it's going to cost, then I don't think it should be on here, and I think we should start pushing for those partners to come to the table. Oakwood, Mark Bush, and even the county with their piece that is along the unincorporated area. So I guess the clarification that needs to take place is, I've had several council members say, remove number 2 completely. Some that have said remove the $3 million. And so I'm going to assume, but I want clarification if this is not correct. The council members that said remove number 2, remove it completely, not leave the 1.8 there for design and or the grant match. And if that comment that I just made is not the way you felt when you said remove my number 2, then you need to clarify with me that you would like it differently than that. So what I'm seeing is Jose?
Yeah. So if we remove it completely, could we still get that design with the 5.8 million? And so we can.
You
Okay.
can get the design, but not the grant.
Not the grant. Okay.
So you lose the $3 million grant without a match. So that's what that's about.
However, I don't know that you need to make that decision with finality tonight. With money to do the design, we could move forward as expeditiously as we can to do the design and try to isolate what would be required to do the drainage improvements in order to take advantage of the 3 million. Is that possible? Is
Well,
I'm
based on
saying?
what I'm hearing anyway,
Possible.
the majority of council has said remove number 2 in its entirety. Is that correct, council? Anybody dispute that? That the majority said remove number 2 entirely? So it looks like number 2 comes off the list. Number 3, that one, 112 to Chambers, landmark to Chambers, $750,000. My understanding is the majority of council chose to remove that as well. And if, I'm looking at council, I'm trying to get through this. So if that is not what this council is implying, then correct me. But number 3 then comes off the list. So it looks like we've removed number 2 and number 3. I want to make sure the council keeps in mind that the $4 million that you're saving on the 2019 budget for 112 Potomac to Chambers is not cash that you have that you can use for another project, because that $3 million is for the NIGID repayment from the ECA GID unless we choose to spend that on another project. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So now we can
Point
go
of
around.
clarification, Mayor.
Yep.
I won't admit to having the best record here, but I show 2 people to take number 2 out completely, and then there's, I believe it's 4 people to take the 3 million out of number 2, but leave the rest.
I got Nicole, Benjamin, Crystal, Rick, and Steve, and Jose that said remove number 2 completely in its entirety. Is that not correct?
Yeah, that's.
So, is that not correct with you?
My intention was to not spend CIPP money, but spend whatever is required to make sure we get the grant. It's spend the minimum amount required to get the grant.
Then that would be leave the 1.8,
Right.
but put the 3 million back. Where are you?
Same thing.
Same place. Where are you?
Same thing, I should
All right.
clarify.
I agree, same.
Everybody's the same. Oh, so now we're gonna leave the 1.8. Number 2 doesn't go away completely. It gets reduced from 4,037,000 down to 1.8 or whatever it is. So you made that change.
1 million.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm gonna do this again. 112, Chambers to landmark. The majority of the council said remove the $772,000 completely. Is that correct? Anybody have any
Yes.
difference of opinion? All right, so that one's gone. So now we're whole on what we wanted to remove. Now I'm going to go around, and we need to talk about what we're going to add or not add. So we'll start back with Nicole.
So I'm just curious on the Brighton Road reconstruction. No, I do not want to fix that, but is there a lesser cost to at least fix the potholes so that we can get rid of it and de-annex it
Well,
or something?
yes and no. The fixing probably would require simply doing an overlay. The study that Michelle referred to me was done just prior to Maria leaving. It indicates that the subsurface, the subgrade is
Yeah.
not good, and they don't know really very well what is entailed in that subgrade. So in talking to the county, what they did in a similar situation is they simply did an overlay, didn't try to do any milling, and our best estimate right now is that would be $2 million to do a 6-inch overlay, the entire length. The unknown question there is the bridge over the Fulton Canal, Fulton Ditch. That bridge is already in poor condition, and so we suspect that it would not be able to carry the additional dead load of another 6 inches of asphalt. So we would have to come up with a different solution for that portion right there. So $2 million, hopefully we could get it done for less than that, but right now the condition is patches on patches, and so it just poor shape, and if we try to do more patches, it's going to be patches on top of patches and patches.
Okay.
And at that reduced cost, or at the full cost, a possibility that the county would contribute. Possibility. They didn't really indicate one way or the other last week when Michelle and Roger met with them, but I think they're open to discussing it.
So even if it's the 2 million, they might be willing to pitch in half or something? No?
I think so. They're willing to consider it. They certainly didn't promise to kick any money in, but they may contribute some amount.
So I mean, if there's a way to I don't know, I hate to put money on that road, but at the same time, it's a horrible road, and I think it just says bad things about us as a city that we've let the road get like that. And then the 120th Avenue widening, I wouldn't mind not getting put back on, or getting put on.
All right. Ed?
Thank you. I have a couple asks that I'd like to see added. One, the 120th Avenue, as I've indicated before. I think that spending that much money in the northern part of the city, I think that we owe it to our residents in the southern part of the city as well. So I'd like to see the additional $500,000 for core city infrastructure improvements dedicated to the southern part to ensure that infrastructure improvements are made down here. And then there's also, excuse me while I find where I was on my list. What's that? Yeah, it's $500,000 for the core city infrastructure improvements, line number 30. I'd like to see added back on there. Line number 32 for Kearney Street drainage improvements, I think would be a good add to go back on there. And lastly, I think that we need to consider adding some money to the traffic calming program, which is line number 56. Given the fact that we are continually receiving feedback from our residents about traffic and the issue of people speeding and running stop signs and everything else that is going on throughout the city, putting some money into traffic calming programs so that we can get some of that cut down would be a big plus. So those are my asks.
Thank you. Krista?
Thank you. I think the one that bothers me a lot now, especially with all the construction anticipated, well, actually starting on I-70 and now 270 is a parking lot, and I've noticed that there's a lot of traffic that's moving back north and south on Highway 2, and a lot of traffic exiting Rosemary. And I know that's been on our list, and it's been off our list, and it's been on our list again, but that's probably the one that stands out the most to me. And I understand county partnerships are important and they're vital, but that's the one that just stands out. I think that we really have to focus on that because we have to find other ways of getting through our city without putting that much more of a burden on, 88th and, well, 88th is already, high traffic area anyway, but I think Rosemary, just because it's heavily traveled, it's causing a lot of heartache. So I'd like to see that.
Do you have any others?
Not, you could come back to me later, but that's really the only one that I would probably advocate for.
Steve?
I wish you had this list for PDF for the screen here, because
I know it's hard to read.
I don't have any bifocals, so I don't have a light to adjust this. This list here. The 67.
We just did.
There it is. Yeah.
Well, no, just send me a list here electronically. I can
Send it out.
here.
Wrong date on contacts.
All right, well, Steve's thinking, and he's getting a list delivered. I'm going to go to Oscar.
So I'm kind of just looking at the biggest bang for our buck, and
Hold on, sorry.
the 120th widening, we're only paying a quarter of the cost of the total construction there, so that one makes sense to me. I believe the Dahlia reconstruction, the county's a partner on that, right? Was that the Dahlia reconstruction?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I'd like to see that one added on the list. Also, the outdoor warning towers, I like to see that, but only in places that need coverage outside. So if we have coverage around schools and parks, and I'd actually like to see a portion of that go towards cell phone signal boosters up north, because most people get the warnings on their cell phones. The problem is up north, you never get any signals. So, you know, I'd like to see us take a little bit of a different approach with that and see if we can boost our technology and our use of resources in that capacity. And then I'd like to see Rosemary on the list as well.
What was that?
Mr. Mayor, just a quick request of council. Some of the folks at the other end of the room are having a little bit of trouble hearing, so if you could, when you're speaking into those mics, pull them up nice and close.
So I'd like to add number 28 in the northern range, the 120th widening, the 500,000 for the core city, and then definitely Rosemary project and the calming program, the traffic calming program.
Mr. Debs?
That's fine.
I've got a few on my list here. I agree with Mr. Madera on the outdoor warning towers on line number 48. I don't know what other options are available, but up north, I know that's an issue. I'd like to see that just for obvious reasons. It's needed. We get the texts up there, but oftentimes we don't hear that, the sirens up there. And I agree with Rosemary widening. I mean, that's a problem up there. I also agree, I'm sorry, that was number 55. Core city infrastructure improvements. I'd like to see that, get the traffic moving a little smoother through that area. And then the 120th, I agree with everyone, we need to keep that fluid and make that wider there for future. That's all I have.
Thank you. Rick?
Okay, I think the biggest one on my list I'd like to see, first of all, is 104th Avenue widening to Brighton Road, US 85s. That's an obligation of ours still that we have not fulfilled. I'm hoping 88th Avenue is going to take a lot of pressure off of Rosemary. I do like the 120th to Tower Road one too.
So clarification, did you want Rosemary in or not?
No, I just said I think 88th Avenue is going to help take a lot of pressure off Rosemary. I hope that's what I hope will happen there, but I want to see the 120th one too.
All right. Let's go to Steve. Mr. Douglas.
Now, my question is, when we go to the gold list, it gives a bigger cost. Here, hold on, bring it up. If we go to the budget request decision list, it seems like some of these items are a lot higher on the. Yeah. No, not the 56. It's within our presentation. No. It's on page 24. Sorry.
Budget request?
Yeah, like 120th widening. It says 3 million. Is that combined with our other sources, our partners?
That was an earlier number, and
Okay.
so we just recently got the cost estimate from them that is 4 million, and they're asking us to come up with 1 million.
All right. And that's kind of hard because I'm working on whatever you see prior to this, and then we get this list of 66, whatever it is, and it's different numbers. So it's just kind of confusing here because I'm going off line items I had outlined, and then I'm going back and they're different numbers. So that's my going back and forth. Sorry about that.
No, that's our fault. We
So-
keep updating.
I appreciate that. No, I understand that the warning towers are very important. We've been talking about it for the last 2 years. And then in the northern area, it all depends on where those towers are at in the signalization as far as people receiving that information, the placement of those as well. So I know Troy had talked about that, and it's also working with different infrastructure to make sure those placement of those towers are in the right locations based on partnership. So if we do that, I know they were cost anywhere from $20,000 each, I believe. So I would like to see that coverage that's more in line of what our future needs are going to be. Let's see, speed capturing devices, I agree with that, even though it says no current year funding. Oh wait, I'm sorry, that's a different one.
What number?
No, I'm on a different page. Hang on. Yeah, I'll go back to that. I apologize. So I think 120th is important because if we're going to be widening the 120th and have the flyover going west, that just makes sense. Core city infrastructure improvements. Now, does that include right out here at the Civic Center, these tiles out here that have that ridge? That doesn't include that? No. I noticed that was not part of the line item.
Councilman Douglas, that's a separate project that's being funded.
Okay, so it is funded then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Or proposed to be.
All right. See Brighton Road. Let's see. I like to take the Brighton Road off the list there and see about working something out with the county.
In other words, funded.
Oh, adding?
Brighton Road's
Oh,
not on.
okay, gotcha. Sorry.
One through 27 is what's on the list.
Okay.
Everything else that's past 27 is
Mhm.
not on the list, and those are the items 27 plus that we are looking to put back on the list.
All right, 66. Railroad Intelligent Transportation System. I like to see that added on. You know, I just brought up the outdoor warning towers. What's the cost of each one of those towers?
I don't know.
Cost of those is about $12,000.
12,000? Yeah.
We save money by buying every other year. We buy them both with a big discount versus buying them every year to install.
Okay. We'll just save money on whatever we need. Moving forward, that's already been identified as placements. I would like to go forward with that. And I do see Civic Center concrete step replacement. Okay, thank you. I'd like to add that in there. The sidewalk connectivity flat work, is that for the whole city, or is that what's already been just in the core city?
So the sidewalk connectivity project line item is for use throughout the city.
Okay.
We haven't totally identified all the areas. 112th Lima would be an example of a project that would be included. And then there's also CDBG funding that goes to sidewalks specifically in the core city.
All right. School flashing lights, that's been on there. And the signs, what's the 160,000, what's the signs? Line item 21. Is that sign replacement?
That was the railroad. Yeah. That's a duplicate of number 66, right?
So is that a combination or something that's totally separate, or is it just a double?
That's a duplicate.
Okay, so 66 just clarifies, okay. Well, we can take,
So we don't need to add 66.
yeah, we can take
just
21.
We'll relabel
Okay,
number
got you.
21.
And number 15, the core city infrastructure improvement. I know Benjamin had mentioned the $500,000. What's the 1.5? What's all included in that?
That's a placeholder, and so we're proposing to come back to you in October to talk about specifics and get more direction from council.
Okay.
And as I understand, the council members who have raised the 500, that's to add that to the 1 million, to take it to 1.5 for 19.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Steve. I have a few things that I think are important to talk about. My preference with Brighton Road, knowing that it's ours, it doesn't benefit us very much. It's been ours for a long, long time. And I know it'd be great just to de-annex it and make it the county's problem. However, as you already heard tonight, we're working with the county to try to identify partnerships with 112, the drainage situation, 120th. There's several things, and there's a section of 112 that would be county frontage that would need their help on east of the golf course. So there's several things that we have to do. And if you see the line item on Brighton Road for mill and overlay is $7,500,000. Right? Rebuild. Right? Reconstruction. Now, I'm going to tell you, I really believe that we need to put $2 million in the budget for Brighton Road, because if we wait much longer, we are going to be faced with the $7.5 million figure instead of a $2 million figure. And I would like to at least have $2 million in the budget when our staff goes to talk with the county about Brighton Road and us devolving that back to them so that we continue to have their support on these other projects and still meet our obligation of making the road what it should be. And so I'd rather spend $2 million with the 6-inch overlay than I would $7.5 million to rebuild it in a year. So I'd like to see Brighton Road on there. The 120th Avenue widening I think is very beneficial to us at this time because of the development opportunities that are arising on that corridor. The $1 million I think is not an overreach if they're going to put in 3. I'd like to have more deals like that. I'd love to see Cowley come and go, hey, we're going to do 2, will you do 1? We're going to do 3, you do 1. would get more done. And if they're coming to us and saying, 1 million, I'm willing to get 120th done. I want to see the addition to the core city infrastructure piece. The warning towers, I'm okay with. Irondale, I saw there was 2 line items. For Irondale, quick item, 300,000, and then an unfunded Irondale quick 800,000. 2019 would be 320, and 2020 would be 480. I think we should put that in there with the requests and the frustrations that I'm seeing of businesses and residents in the Irondale area. Dirt roads, the dust. I mean, we've been getting hammered with it for years now. Street lighting, there's things that need to be done. Now we're starting to see more business in Irondale. We brought in Triple S Steel. There's some new revenue streams, and we just can't be planting, in my opinion, can't be planting industrial uses there and not putting something back into Irondale. A lot of the residents up there ended up being forced annexed, and since that time have not received any improvements to their roads. So I think we have to start putting some effort into Irondale. I'm gonna agree with Crystal on the Rosemary piece improvements, but I need to see a cost because Rosemary is not going to be cheap. We designed it the same configuration as Quebec Street is out here in front. 4-lane configuration with some median stuff, and then coming around on the 88th and up to I-76. But at the time, there was a lot of debates about what's more important, fix 88 and try to get them to Highway 2, or are they going to continue to go Rosemary? I don't want to get back into that debate, but that happened to be the one project that we were talking about with 2K to do Rosemary and then 88th from Rosemary to I-76 with a grade separated crossing at the railroad track, at the UP. That item did not go over well with the voters, so we pulled that item off of the 5K or the 2K five projects, and we replaced it with Paradise Island Pool. I know it's a significant cost. Not that I'm not willing this budget cycle to start putting some money towards it. And I don't disagree with Mr. Teeter when he says, hey, hopefully 88th will help. But when you look at the 88th Avenue widening, we're talking about a $26.5 million project is the estimation. And that's today's dollars. But we're looking at putting $459,000 a year and through our 5-year projected plan, and we're going to end up having in 5 years $2.5 million to go to that $26.5 million project. And at the end of the day, we're not fixing either Rosemary or 88 anytime soon. It's going to be some distance out. So from a traffic relief perspective, 88th and Rosemary, neither one are anything that I see happening anytime really quick.
Just a point of clarification, the X's don't mean that it would be $450,000 each year.
Okay.
It's just, that's additional years of funding. So that money, let's see, 88th Avenue, sorry, I got to get to the right column here. Right now, that's been identified, and again, this comes back to council decision-making, but that was identified as a 2K project, so that would get $5 million in 2020. That would be from the operating fund balance, as well as transportation tax of $1 million and solid waste of 400-some thousand. So, you know, there's additional significant money in future years. 2021, there would be another $2 million from the 2K fund balance. So over the course of the time, let's see, and then $2.5 million in 2022. So again,
Well, you're able to stack up some money
Right.
over some time. The downside to it is when we're talking about Rosemary Street and we're talking about widening and improving the road, it's not just widening and improving the road. You're talking about utility relocation, you're talking about storm drainage, which is the biggest problem with Irondale, is a storm drainage system, which we couldn't build Rosemary without putting in significant storm sewer infrastructure. And so I know it's gonna be a very high ticket item. And if we're talking about 5 million here, 2 million here, $1 million or $500,000 a year for 5 years, you're still out 20 years before you can get Rosemary built unless we look at that as a future 2K project with KIPCAC and identifying what some of these other projects would be that we look at. And the same with 88th Avenue, even though I know that the X's don't necessarily signify the fact that it's the same as the 459,000 in change for this year. But the assumption is there, if we're gonna do 459 this year and there's X's every year after that, that it could be more or less, but with the assumption that it would be the same, it does not stack up very quickly to build 88th Avenue. And if we're gonna put the curb and gutter in where it's missing, if we're gonna put storm sewers in where it's missing, or are we just going to repave the road? I mean, there's some significant differences in cost, but there's infrastructure issues throughout the whole Irondale area, and that's why I'm bringing up that I'd like to add the other piece, number 31, to be added back into the budget. Brighton Road, I want to make that a $2 million budget item instead of $7.5 million. I'm good with the Core City $500,000 additional to the infrastructure piece. I'm good with the $1 million to 120th Avenue. I'm good with the warning tower piece. The traffic calming program, I think we need to continue to invest in that. And Kearney Street drainage improvements, I think it's good to start getting some fund balance for that project as well. So those are the things that I identified quickly. I know we still have some debate on items. Hopefully someone's keeping track of who said what and where we need to go with the discussion as to refining what's in, what's out, and what we're looking at. If everybody's suggestions were taken into account, what does that look like, and what do we got to cut, or what do we have left that we have the ability to add?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Are you advocating to add number 55, which is Rosemary Street at $9.5 million? You talked a lot about Rosemary, but I wasn't sure if you were putting 55 in or not.
Well, and you know what? That's my biggest point is, at $9.5 million, how many years does it take to get to where we need to build Rosemary? You know, and I know the preceding years, they might not put any in, they might put enough, they might double it. That's the problem. Does it need to be done? Absolutely. But that, to me, I believe, is a 2K item that needs to be visited by KIPCAC for what we do with the future of 2K moving forward.
Okay. Secondly, to answer your question, if you would like for us to tally up each individual project that was added through this discussion and let you know what that total was, we'll need to take a recess for a few moments.
Well, I figured it would take a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to, I guess you heard each council person have different distinct items they wanted to add. And so if we add them all to this, I know it's going to be great in size.
More than we have, for sure.
Right, more than we have. So we're going to have to figure out where we're going to chip away. Now, it would be nice to know how many people supported the same items, like warning towers and the Core City infrastructure stuff. I heard a lot of folks talking about those pieces. 120th. Based on what I heard, there's 5 people on this council that are already supportive of that going back in. It's the other little pieces that are spread all over the board, and I need to get that refined. So, not that I want you to have to plug it all in, but is there a way we can get this refined down to where some are willing to give some up, some are willing to support others? Because otherwise, we're not going to have enough.
Along with adding up, if we included everything, we can do that fairly quickly, but we can also factor in what we heard more votes for, what got fewer votes, and kind of get a little bit sorted for you. One option would be, while we're doing that work, take a break, have Justin show you the new technology that's being contemplated for the voting system. We have that on our agenda tonight anyway during one of the breaks. So why don't you visit with Justin on the dais during the break while we do some number crunching.
Okay.
So Mayor, if I can, my tally shows the outdoor warning towers, Rosemary Street widening, 120th, and the core city. Those were the top 4 because I kept that got more, 5 or more support. Those are the, and then the rest got 1 or 2. We got 3 on the traffic calming and 2 on the Brighton. That was, I mean, I might be wrong, but that's what I got those 4.
Could you run down that list one more time? The ones that got 5 or more?
So I have 120th Whiting, Core City Infrastructure, and I'm just going with the most, outdoor warning towers and Rosemary Street widening. Those are the 5 or more. The next one was the traffic calming was 3. Bryant Road had 2, and the rest had 1.
All right, Crystal?
Thank you. So wanted to chime in as well, and those were probably my top, 120th, Core City. But another one, the traffic calming, and I think that's something, I mean, and just please refresh my memory if there was a particular area or areas, or it was just a placeholder, but that's going to just go as needed throughout the city.
Yes, it would go throughout the city.
But there have been some areas that have been identified as probably priority areas, right? So
that's correct. It comes out of the enforcement, education, and engineering elements. So based on traffic studies or CRMs, we'll receive requests. And so these would be for higher level calming activities like signage or speed humps or things of that nature.
Okay, all right. And I think that's vital to keep that on the list. That's why I wanted to put my 2 cents in, because that just needs to stay as is, because the cost is going to increase over time, and if we drop that off to the side, then it's going to be that much more difficult to put it back on the list.
Mr. Teeter.
Okay, I'm going to go back and revisit 104th and widening to 4 lanes. We do have it 4 lanes all the way to Highway 85 from the east. Thornton has went 4 lanes from the west all the way to the bridge. And when the bridge is set to be turned into a 4-lane also when the time comes. We still have that little piece between the bridge and Highway 85 that needs to be turned into a 4-lane. And this year, we're going to be investing money in a new traffic signal light at 104th and Brighton Road. Are we going to put that in as a 4-lane when we put it in, or a 2-lane? And if and that development is going to happen there on that corner someday, and I hope soon. And then we're going to revisit giving money to Brighton Road North. I mean, that's all going to play in over there.
So with the development that's proposed on the south side of 104th, 104th is to be widened to 4 lanes to Brighton Road. So that'll get it to that point. But then beyond that, there's no plan at this point.
Mayor Pro Tem Teeter, that project is one of the ones that Thornton and the county and us have discussed as being a regional federal project. It's also on the ballot measure for the transportation project list. 88th Avenue is another project that we would be looking at sub-regional federal funding for.
What we'll do is totaled up those that seem to have the most votes. Thank you for going down your list again. We can also total up the value of those things that didn't seem to get a majority of the votes to see if you want to revisit those, or at least tally those that had the most votes and see if you want to spend that money first. We should easily be able to do that while you're breaking and seeing the new technology up on the dice. Yeah, that matched what we had, except for, I didn't have as many votes as you did for Rosemary. But you had over 5. Does that make sense with what everybody else heard? 6 votes for Rosemary? Okay.
I brought it up. Mayor.
Okay. We'll add Rosemary into our tally. So why don't we take a break and do that? I think Mr. Douglas had a comment.
Yeah, one more thing here. Number 42, I-76 ramp to 74th Avenue. With the completion of the light rail, even though it gets pushed off to 2020, 42.
Yeah, I think you're referring to number 45, I-76 on-ramp at 74th Avenue
Yeah. Okay.
at
We have it listed
12 and a
as
half
42.
billion.
Yeah, we got listed at 42, sorry.
Ah,
Um,
While we're looking at
we might have,
the second sheet.
oh dear. Did we renumber the list?
Sheet 2 is the right sheet. Well, sheet.
Well, shoot.
Is there any additional support to add that ramp in?
Nicole,
For 19?
Well, what kind of, what amount of money do we need to set aside for maybe design or so, or maybe working with the state or the county? Or even, yeah, the county,
For the ramp,
yeah.
I believe we had a plug in the budget of $1 million. The challenge with that project is it's not currently in the Denver Regional Council of Governments regional transportation plan. So the first step is to get it into the plan. And so I don't think I think the project was in the out years for $1 million.
Okay. All right. I think Benjamin will work on that, thanks.
Nicole, do you have something? Okay.
Well, let's take 15 minutes. Justin will help show you some of the new technology options up on the dais. We'll do some number crunching, and I've got 7:17. How about if we reconvene at 7:30?
Quick restroom break. Well, not for you, for me, if anything.
All right, we're just waiting on Ben. There he is. All right, Brian, we're back at the table. Get back to business. Did you guys, were you able to plug all that in? Or you still working on it? Or are you even listening
me?
to me?
What did, you're laughing at me? Why, what did I say?
He's laughing.
No, he's laughing at me, but I want to know what I said.
So the first thing we'll ask is to see if we've pared the list down with the total list of things that were mentioned, and then we'll get to the list, the subset that seemed to have the most votes. Just for 19 funding, quick update, the Civic Center concrete step replacement, that could come out because it's already actually funded somewhere else. So line 46, or number 43 there, can come out. Armando?
Yes.
Civic Center concrete step replacement, that can come out. That's already funded somewhere else. According to Michelle, it's already funded somewhere else out of the facilities budget.
It's on the list.
When Michelle gets back, I'll have her confirm. She's indicated to me that it's already covered in another part of the budget, so it need not be listed here. I don't know.
It's on the CIPP assumptions list that I have in front of me, and it's got several things. Civic Center concrete step replacement, retro commissioning HVAC for rebalance, sidewalk paver replacement. There's the core city infrastructure improvements that we were going to add the 500,000 to. So it's in there.
It's in there, I see it on the approval right there.
Okay.
So it need not be included here. So it could be removed, from this list.
Removed from CIP from 19.
Yes. So what we should be left with is all the items that were noted, and the ones in green are those that seem to have a majority of the votes. But check me on it. Check to see if we've got the list right.
So on the list in green, you got 120th widening for 6.2 million. And then for 2019 is the $1 million for the budget.
Right.
Core
Right.
city infrastructure improvements, an additional 500,000. 104th Avenue widening Brighton to US 85, $2 million. Outdoor warning towers, 165,000. Rosemary Street widening, 1.5 million. Traffic calming program, 150,000. Those were the additions, right? The popular voted additions.
So all the green are popular votes, or 5.3 million, and everything, all the mentioned that we captured is 7 million.
Right. Rick was the only one that brought up 104th.
That was only one. We had a bunch of them.
And while we're talking about 104, I think it's important, you know, I heard mention, and Rick was like, you know, because that's a project that we've worked on for years to get 104th widened all the way down. Right. What, on the section that's left, Brighton, oh, well, really 85 to the river, I know there's some complexity with the residential homes that are on the north side. I know there was talk, negotiations with the developer on the south side. Who's obligated to build 104th through that section? Is it all on us? Is there development participation? Since those homes that are on the south side all are unincorporated Adams County, do we have a benefit or an opportunity to work with Adams County to try to get that work done? So there's a lot of pieces that fall in play on this last section of 104th and on 104th in that particular area. Who has ownership? Is it all Commerce City's ownership? Is part of it the state? Is part of it the county? So that we can identify who our potential partners are to get the widening done from 85 to the river, and what we're looking at for putting this whole thing together, because it's going to be more complex than just throwing money at it.
Well, when you get west of Brighton Road, then it's pretty much all Adams County.
Okay.
None of that's been annexed in or joined the city. So, that becomes a question, and at some point it might be, yes. Don't know when, though, So, there's also the bridge over the Fulton ditch there that would have to be widened. The bridge over the river has been widened, but not the bridge over the Fulton ditch. So you're right. There's a number of wild cards in that project as well. But
What about the south or the north side from Bell Creek, that Hazeltine Heights subdivision up to Brighton Road? Do we have ownership of the entire road, or do we have just from the center line to the south, or any of it?
at this point, none of that's incorporated into the city yet. That is Adams County. The developer to the south has indicated that they're going to be widening it because of their project to 4 lanes. Now, he has not indicated a request for cost share. However, I would anticipate that that's going to be coming up when we start talking annexation.
Well, remember
plan
how that
also-
works, 3 to 1. 3 million of his to 1 of ours.
The plan there is also to shift the road to the south a bit, so you can add some sort of service drive for those residents on the north and not have those driveways access the widened 104th directly.
And just a whole nother reason to make sure that we try to do at least some minimal improvements to Brighton Road to keep Adams County at the table when we're talking about projects that will have significant impact to our residents. How's that?
I think if we're gonna go by the vote, we should add Brighton Boulevard instead of 104th.
Yeah, 104th should not be on the
Yeah,
list.
because
I-
Brighton Boulevard had 2.
Right.
If we're going that route. Yeah,
Yes.
because those are the top 5 that were 4 or 5 votes up.
Now, in reality, do we have enough money to fund that? Yes, we do. We have enough money to fund all of them, in fact.
Well, we're not done adding yet, Roger.
Okay, all right. Very good.
So you put Brighton Road in, you took 104th out, and what's the total? They're working on it.
It'd be 5.3, Roger. It's taken out.
Is this list correct now based on the votes that council cast? And do we have the totals correct? So this would be adding everything up at the 2019 column, where the row is highlighted in green. And it's 5.3 million. So everything in green, 2019 funding, 5.3 million. Say that again, Cheryl. It's 5.3 plus Brighton Road?
Brighton Road didn't have the green on it, but
So 5.3 includes everything highlighting in green, 2019 funding. Does that help you?
I know, I'm good with it, I'm much better.
And that's above and beyond the first 27 line items minus 2 and 3?
Yes, this would be in addition to lines 1 through 27 minus lines 2 and 3.
$3 million on line 2.
So it still leaves $1 million in line 2.
Can we see a total of what those costs will be? My computer's not fast enough to do that.
So the question is, take all of the projects that were previously included as being funded for 19 and add in these to get the new grand total for the 19 budget.
So you're gonna put 112 back in there?
No, $1 million in line item 2. But the other 3 million would come out. And then line number 3, Chambers to Landmark, would be
That one's
out.
gone.
Yeah.
So you got 1.5 million over the original budget. That's what we
No, it's
have.
almost 1.8.
It was up already.
You want the total, 14.7 million, 799.
And what was the original number before we deducted and added?
Yeah, well,
Oscar had
we
a
took
little
out
over 13.
3.77 million, and 5.3 million is what we're adding. So the difference is 1.5 million over.
So by
the
deducting
original
some
budget.
projects and adding some projects, the net difference is the total increased 1.5 by Oscar's numbers. So could we fund that?
Increase of 2.1.
Say it again?
Increase of 2.1. This is the original CIP. After making the adjustments, it went up to 14.7. So there's a difference of 2.1 million. That includes all our asks.
Not all of them, the popular asks. There were several asks that weren't, and so we didn't vote. What we did is went around and everybody said, this is what I like to see in there. Now that the popular items are in there, if the council doesn't have any heartburn over those popular items being added, now's the time to discuss some of the items that other people didn't necessarily add into their list. And then we'll add some more or take something away. Yes. All right, so the question is, we just added $2.1 million above what the recommended CIP was originally when we walked into the room. We took some things out, we added some things in. So now that we're at the number of, what is it, 14.8 million on CIP, what's left to be able to add more projects, if any?
Correction.
Yeah, go ahead.
on this. So the original budget was $13,211,021.
No, so we have there are two components to that total.
You guys have apples, he has oranges, and you're not, so they got different information. Right, you're going off of that list. He's going off of something different, and so it's skewing the numbers, not that anybody's wrong. That's all I'm trying to get at, yeah. Different screen.
It's a council policy that you guys adopted, 5% vacancy. You want to use the 1.5 Oscar, you want to use contingency, so you're getting 1.5.
So that's maybe even a little bit easier. If the net effect of the deletions and additions is 1.5 million, I think,
So
Mayor, you were
1.5 million.
asking, can we
1.5
afford
million.
that? Yes. Is there
Anything left?
additional money that could be spent on CIP in 19?
Well, I guess the better way to ask it is, what do we have left that, and I need to make this clear because we have some new council members. Some of the stuff we hold back, we don't apply all of it to CIP. So I need the number of what is left, what we could spend if we wanted to on CIPP projects, but I also need some of the recommendation from the finance and management as to what we try to not allocate for, because during the year, we're gonna come up with things like a signal that needs to be put in, or school crossings and things like that. And so we need to be cognizant of the fact that we don't want to necessarily allot every penny and not have some set aside to take care of more of the emergency type items that could come before us. But what are those numbers?
Well, there are several numbers. There's our safeguard reserves and fund balance, which are not available. There is unrestricted fund balance. I actually would not recommend spending any of that additional money at this time either. I think the 1.5 in additional project cost for the CIP, I think we could address, but how would we cover that?
So there's enough money in the CIP fund balance to cover all of this. There's about 9.2 million of revenue numbers, but again, that's from all those different funding sources. So I'm just talking real broad brush here. So a little over 9 million from revenue to cover the, oh, you changed the screen. 14 million, I think it was. Yeah, 14.8 million there. So round numbers, you're dipping into CIPP fund balance by an approximate difference between, you know, the 9 million and the 14 million, 14 and a half. So
4.5 to 5 million.
5 million.
What do we have in CIPP fund balance at this point in time?
21 million.
Okay, so you're going to have about 16 million left in CIPP fund balance that could be allocated to something if we so desire. But remember, we don't want to eat it all up. So if there are things that are important to you as council members in that short list, or the items that didn't get multiple support, let's discuss those and just be cognizant of what's there, and you know, because we don't know, we don't want to have an emergency bridge repair like we did over on, you know, Peoria. There's things that'll come up. So, but what were those other items, and how would that affect the budget? Because what I recall is they weren't high dollar items, but they were items that would make a big difference.
What would be the other items on this list?
Right.
Yeah. What would be good uses for CIP fund balance?
Sean?
We
Yes,
go
sir.
back to the remaining list.
No, I'm talking about the ones that didn't get, the additional items that didn't get multiple votes.
I got you. So these items here then, are there any of those you want to sort of vote again on to see if you want to go ahead and
I
include
think
them?
the point being is the folks that brought those items up should make a case to the rest of the council and see if they have support to get them on the CIP. And if they don't have support, then they'll fall off the wayside and we'll go to the next item. But I don't have the list of what those items were. I know Rosemary was one of them with Crystal, 104th was one of them with Rick. Steve had some additional ones. So I just can't see, I'm having a hard time seeing that form.
So
Yeah,
that's,
let's zoom in as far as you can, but keep the 2019 column in. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the ones in green are already in, at
So
least
the-
to the funding amount listed in the 2019 column. So it'd just be those that aren't green.
So the first one is actually one that I brought up, and I'll make my case again. It's $320,000 that would go into the 2019 budget for a estimated $800,000 total need for the Irondale neighborhood plan for quick items like getting some of those surfaces in better shape, getting some lighting in the areas where we got the complaints the other night and that kind of stuff. And again, I'll restate my case. We're putting industrial into the area. There's a lot more traffic going through there, and those people were forced to annex the residents in that area, and I don't believe they've been given their fair shake since that happened. So I am recommending putting the $320,000 to this council, in additional to the CIP for 2019. Benjamin?
I agree with all the points you made, plus I'll also add that a lot of money was spent putting together an Irondale plan, and if we're not willing to sit here and fund it, then it makes that money seem like it was all for nothing. So I'm all for adding that $320,000 as well.
All right, we'll go through these one at a time. Nicole, you good with that one? Crystal?
Yep, I am.
Steve? Yep. Rick? Steve? Jose? Oscar? All right, so you could add that one to the list. Next one is the Kearney Street drainage improvements for a total of $120,900, and that was Benjamin's case to me.
That was it Rick, or was it?
No, it was mine.
Oh.
Yeah. So I'll start by saying, what's $121,000 among friends? Whenever you're spending $15 million, another $121,000 isn't going to break the bank. Also, as I said before, I think we've spent a lot of money in the north. I think that we need to start balancing that by showing some improvements in our core city, and that's part of funding that, is to take care of that issue.
On that item, okay, Jose?
Would that come out of the core infrastructure, or is it totally a separate item?
That's
I would assume this would be in addition to the core city infrastructure improvements.
All right, Nicole? Crystal?
Yes.
Steve? Yes. Rick? Steve? Jose? Oscar? It's all good. We'll put that one in there too. All right, next one is the 104th Avenue widening Brighton from US 85 to Brighton Road. That would be a 2019 implication of $7.4 million.
We don't have none.
That's total cost. We don't have a 2019 budget number, right? So that would be the total cost is $7.4 million, and I guess it's up to the council, and I would go to Mayor Pro Tem Teeter to identify what he's looking at for the first year of funding in 2019.
Okay, from listening to what Roger had to say and Michelle, sounds like we're going to, let's take number 42, for example. It sounds like we're going to be obligated to do the bridge replacement road over the Fulton Ditch. Is that correct?
On 104th.
Theoretically, someday we would, although that stretch of 104th is not in the city at this time. Land on both sides is still in the county.
So that's still questionable.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
At some point in the future, it'd be the city's responsibility. It isn't currently.
okay, well, it sounds like 104th's got a lot of questionable things to it. That's why I was looking at maybe 42 if we're going to have to do it. But, so I have no problem getting off this until we get these answers.
Well, and I'm glad, I respect that you said that, Rick. I think I need to make it really clear, like with Rosemary that's coming up, we're going to talk about with 104th, we know those are major thoroughfares that will have to have money allocated to them. And normally through the budget process, that's why you see all the X's. It's not something that you fund and build next year. It's something that we start building a budget for year after year to build up enough money to make those improvements so that we're not faced with having to come up with that 7.4 all at once. So I would go back to Mr. Teeter and say, knowing that there's going to be a need for 104th and he sees the need for that to be built, which I don't disagree with, is there a number that you would want to at least allocate for future funding of that road so that we can start building up a fund balance to get to the deliverable?
So I'll go back to what it says, 1.2 million to put that bridge in, but I'm going to defer to staff as to what direction we think we should take to do first.
We're certainly setting aside some funds for that stretch of 104th. Either could be used initially for some design or just start accumulating funds, as the mayor has mentioned, until a point in time when we're ready to design and build the project. If we're just talking 85 to Brighton Road, that's only about, it's at best a half a mile, probably quarter of a mile. Half a mile maybe.
I would suggest put enough money in for some design work so that we know what we're talking about. Yeah, so 10% of that budget would give you 740,000.
Well, again, this 7.4 billion is for not just 85 to Brighton Road. So
No, that cost is for the entire project that would involve Adams County, Thornton, and us. So I think 740,000 would cover you for our share, proportional share of what we would do. I know Thornton's got this project in their plan as well, but they should carry more of the cost burden.
Well, and keep in mind, we have $16 million in the CIPP. And I warned you not to blow it all, but we need to start at least making sure we're preparing for future development of these major infrastructure pieces. Jose?
Where I agree with you, Rick, but doesn't Hammer have to come up with some money? And I mean, I just think there's too many variables, and if we don't have to earmark something right now, I would recommend that we wait on it. And when is it in Thornton's plan, in Adams County plan, what year? If we put that money in now, if we don't have to, I would wait on it until Hammer gets, I know Bow Creek's pretty angry about what we're doing with the lights, and they've been emailing me about what we're gonna do with that. So, I mean, it's a big concern, but I mean, just because we have that 60 million, I think I would wanna wait on it.
So Councilman, the 104th Avenue project, if it goes for federal funding, would be in this cycle, so 19 through 23. So Thornton, I believe, has it in the 19 or 20 year horizon, primarily because of federal funding. So it's within the next 2 to 3 years.
So given that, you could either budget some money now that we could use from initial design, or at least have money set aside for when we need to start design, but you don't have to either. It's not imminent.
Okay, I have no problem. We can come back to this if we need to. Let's move forward and look at some other items, and if we need to come back and put some money in there, we can.
Thank you. I think you all need to keep in mind too that we have, and I'm getting a lot of pressure regularly from the commissioners on the infrastructure around our rail station, the light rail station on Colorado Boulevard, 72nd Avenue, and when are those improvements going to get made? And those aren't on this list. So trust me, the 16 million isn't going to go far enough to even make a good dent in what our needs are, but we still also need to consider preparing for those high dollar items. 104th Avenue, because of the federal grant that we've supported for the flyover, if we get that money, that will change some things, and that would be our share of the rest of 104th if we have the partnerships with Thornton and Adams County. But there's a lot of variables, and the same with RTD and their light rail station. And I keep telling the commissioners, we don't know when they're going to get it done, and it's been pushed off a year, 2 years, 3 years, and we know that we're going to have to make improvements to Colorado Boulevard and to 72nd Avenue. So keep those things in mind, because they're not going to go away. They're just going to get closer and closer. Rick?
At the NADA meeting last Thursday, the comment was made again, not that we're going to hold them to it. 2019, they would probably be doing just testing on the track. It would at least be early 2020 before it opens up.
Thanks. All right. Any other discussions on the 104th Avenue piece before I go to the next item? Okay. I don't see Rosemary on the list. Oh, there it is. It's down there. And it's funded with 1.5 million. So yours is on there, Crystal. All right, I-76 on-ramp at 74th Avenue. Steve?
Yeah, that was my item. And that's all to do with our future improvements in that golden triangle, and also with our station coming up, hopefully in 2020. The reason why this is on there, just trying to get ahead of the curve, because this will also offset the amount of traffic that travels up on Highway 85 and 6, and to actually have that traffic split off and come down 74th to 76 going north. The accessibility there, and then just met with some partners who are looking at that service, the human services building that most of the services have been taken out from the county, and they're going to do some improvements and some affordable housing in that area too. So just to help out with our partners who are going to make a significant investment. This would not all be on us, but just to see what kind of seed money that we could have. But before the break there, Michelle did say that this had to be in Dr. Cog's view in order for it to go through. Is that possible? Is that correct?
It does. It does have to be added to the regional plan because it's adding a new segment, so there's air conformity issues. But again, there's a process to do that. We'll work with Mayor Pro Tem Teeter and Councilman Huseman to do that.
So,
Michelle, can you also maybe talk a little bit about some preliminary discussions with CDOT to help with the project in exchange for 74th Avenue?
Yes, CDOT is interested in having us acquire some of these phantom state highways, like State Highway 224 rather. And so one proposal would be to take over 74th Avenue in exchange for this ramp. There's other segments on 104th and 60th Avenue that could be part of a package. So they are doing a safety project design right now for some lighting on that roadway, but they have no funding to actually implement it at this time.
And I think it's important that you understand that we're members of organizations like NADA and Dr. Cog, and when we're talking about state projects like 224 and I-76 and on-ramps, that there's a process to go through to get prioritization. Also, I believe it's the Colorado CARES Coalition has got the bill, they got the certification of the signatures, and it will go on the ballot this year, and that is 0.63% sales tax increase statewide for transportation infrastructure, 40% of that going to the state, 40% going to the counties and the cities. So there could be some other funding. The downside is we haven't in this state been able to pass a transportation bill for a long time. So I'm not holding my breath, but we do need to consider future planning. But with that being a devolution situation in the future, we could make some of those asks with the state, like on-ramps for 76, Mr. Douglas. But I think that particular issue, I think we should look at and study through a study session and get more detailed information on options before we start throwing money at it. It's just my opinion.
No, that's fine.
There is one item that you did bring forward that is not on that list that I want to hear more about. But before I go to that, is there any other discussion about this I-76 piece? Mr. Huseman.
Just looking at the zoning map, I mean, that's not even within the city boundary. So I have a hard time allocating money to put towards a project that really needs to be funded by the county and by the state, since those are actually both state and federal highways that are going on. So until we start seeing some action on that part, I don't think it's on us to start funding that.
It would help, and I get that. And so just like Pena on-ramp, that's not in Commerce City, but the benefit to our residents is it's crucial. So there are going to be some of those projects that we'll see that aren't necessarily in our city, but I think that gives us more leverage when it comes to getting the state to pay their fair share of a project that maybe we do have some seed money. I just don't think now's the time to start that. No, absolutely. Well, it does. It benefits our residents to access to I-76 at that point where we haven't had that access. Just like Pena benefits our residents, but the entire Pena ramp project is in Denver. It's not in Commerce City, but the benefit is to our residents. So that was through negotiated items with E-470 and Denver and everybody else. I think we need to take the same kind of process with the I-76. Any other I-76 comments? All right, so I have the next one that I want to bring up, and I'd like to know more about it. It's number 66. Steve brought it up. It's not on the list up there. It's the Railroad Intelligent Transportation System.
We removed it from the list because it's shown, it was a duplicate item.
Oh, it's a duplicate,
Yeah.
and it's for signage.
And it's already included.
Right.
in items
All right,
1
I
through
just
2.
want to make sure of why that didn't get on the list. It's 21 on the list, all right. I see it, gotcha. But up here, it just says signs, it doesn't say railroad transportation stuff.
We're going
All
to
right.
rename that line item to make it more descriptive.
Yeah, we will. I want to go to Jose real quick first, though.
So this is a little bit different. We're adding all these with the 2019 budget. Is our department, PW, going to be able to complete these, start them? How is that going to work in the fact that, or are they going to come back and be like, oh, we need an extension? I mean, we're funding it, which is great, but what about the follow-through?
Well, most of it is contracts, and so we'll bring in a concrete contractor to take care of the sidewalks. Public Works will identify those needs and put forward a bid.
And you'll have a new public works director who will absolutely take on all of this great work.
But does our department have the capacity to do all this with the subcontractors and contractors? That's my next big concern with funding everything.
I will tell you, after going through this process and having the 2K issues that were before us, building a new rec center, building Tower Road, building Highway 2, building the Penny on-ramp, all these parks, everything else that went on during a period of time, there's nothing that this staff can't handle from on the lines of getting it done if we fund it. So don't worry about that. They're capable.
You're on public record, so.
And we don't have to worry about a permanent public works director because we have a great interim one right now. All right. Mr. Hughesman, you're next.
I wanted to revisit the projects for 96th Avenue. I think, again, that's something we need to start looking at as a main thoroughfare for our city.
The widening from Highway 2 up to, what is it, Buckley.
Well, it's the whole section. It's listed, we've got it listed in different sections from 76 all the way to Tower. So it's a matter of how you would prioritize those segments and what money you would like to consider starting to dedicate towards
Well,
it.
for me, knowing that one of the priorities that Thornton City Council has is to do a extension of 96th Avenue up to I-76. Timing of when that would be through from I-25 to Highway 85 would mean a huge impact on traffic flows, and we should be prepared, but I need to know what the timing of their project is.
Mr. Mayor, Thornton does not have that project on their 5-year plan.
Not anymore, all right, because they were,
Nope.
they were pushing that at one time.
So, but even beyond that, if you look at some of the things we've approved recently as far as the body shop going in there next to the railroad tracks, Winslow Crane that we just approved the other night to have their fare or their FAR adjusted, they're going to be down in that area. So we have some new commercial customers that are going to be traversing that road, and it's in our best interest to make it easier for them to get some of their vehicles in and out of there, especially a 450-ton crane.
Well, I think the process there is that we need to, in our planning, not in the budget meeting, but in the planning meeting, make those identifications of what those needs are and put them on our priorities for our staff to start getting the information, just like we did with the 120th flyover, and start having them plan towards that, getting us some rough estimates so that we know what those costs are and those segments from I-76 all the way to Buckley. And so that we have a starting point. But because we don't have that in our CIP right now, and I'm not
Yeah, we
seeing,
do.
how much, where's it at? I'm not seeing
So
it.
for I-76 to Highway 2, I think our estimate, our budgeting estimate's 7.5.
What
Am I reading
number is
it
that?
correctly?
34.
Yeah, line 34.
Gotcha. Right.
And then
you're right.
from Highway
Some of
2
it is
east to
state, some of
Tower,
it's county, down by I-76.
significantly more.
So there it is, it's on 34 and 35. Right now, it's showing what those numbers are, and this year, there's no money going into those pots for funding. So, Mr. Hughesman, if you want to add that to that short list, I'd ask you to make your claim to why we should put some money to it and how much for the council to consider.
All right, so I'd like to steal Rick's $1.2 million for 104th and throw it down to 96th Avenue. And again, whenever I look at some of the customers that we have moving into that area, we need to start providing them with a safe transportation route to get there. Every day, we're seeing more and more traffic going up and down 96th Avenue. And it's just something that we have to start planning for now and start investing in now, as opposed to sitting there and, not doing enough planning for our infrastructure. It's one of the things that you continually hear is that we didn't plan for future growth. We didn't plan for infrastructure requirements, and we've inadequately funded those requirements. So let's start making that investment now.
And with that 1.2 request, are you looking at putting that towards west of Highway 2 or east of Highway 2?
I would start with west of Highway 2. That seems to be where a majority of the traffic really is right now with all those customers down there. And then I think that we could also start looking at if we are making the improvements on those roads, be it it's county or this or that, maybe we start annexing in some of those businesses that are down there. Excuse me. And then the other thing that gives us is the ability to start controlling the eyesore that they've created out there that people attribute to our city, even though it's not.
Well, the way things are set up now is that when a new business comes in along that route, they have to annex to be able to be provided water and sewer with our agreements with South Adams. So it would be like Transwest GMC that's not annexed, that was before those agreements were put into place. And I think, we got to be careful because I watched a forced annexation happen. So I think there's some negotiating that has to be done, but I'm sure that those businesses wouldn't want to come into our city until they had improvements on the transportation pieces that abut their property. The other thing to keep in mind is that along 96th Avenue, there are going to be some grade crossing issues that we'll have to identify whether we want to try to separate some of those at-grade crossings or not, because they're going to end up being the same thing that we're dealing with 104th. 10 years from now, you'll have similar issues like we do on 104th with at-grade crossings. So I don't disagree. I have a recommendation for west of Highway 2 on 96th Avenue to put $1.2 million in 2019 budget through our CIPP funds to start building towards that improvement. Nicole? Crystal?
Yes.
Steve?
No.
Rick? Steve? Jose? Oscar? I'm trying to figure this out. I'm not on the bubble, am I?
I've only heard 3 yeses.
1, 2, 3 yeses. 4 yeses. 4 and
Sorry,
4.
4 and 4.
Oh,
So
great.
yes,
Here we
you
Yes, I am on the bubble.
Do you
take
have any ballots that we can?
all of the
have
time
some
you'd
of?
like.
All right, calm down.
And so here's why I'm gonna say yes. And the reason for that is because the $1.2 million isn't going away. It's sitting in a fund. And if there was something that was to come up, we know where we can get the 1.2 from if necessary. But if we don't need to get to it, we know we have some seed money to start. And when we are attracting businesses to that area, they can at least know that we're putting some money aside to deal with 96 now.
Quick point of clarification, in case it impacts anybody's vote, we showed 7.5 million for that segment from Highway 2 to I-76. That would not include grade separating
Right.
either of the railroad crossings.
I understand that. That's why I brought it up, that there could be additional needs for
Significantly more.
crossing. Yeah, significant, 50,000 or 50 million apiece or so.
Could-
So,
could
but
be.
at least this has some seed money, and it is identified, and it's sitting there for 96th Avenue, and can be considered if there be additional next year at budget time to add to that. All right, so we've been through the list. We're down to about 14.5 million in the CIPP fund balance, and we know that it's there. So if we get and identify projects, then we know where to get it. Something came up the other night. I think it's perfect timing to bring it up. There was, one of the council members was supportive of some pavement maintenance that we bid out for 2018. Contractors moving in, going to be doing some work in Fonterra. We had budgeted 1.3 million roughly. The bid came in under that at about $1 million, and that means that there was about 300,000 that we had overestimated that is now on the table. But since the contractor would be in town in these kind of scenarios, and I'm not talking about this particular scenario, but any scenario where we have over budgeted and we have a contractor in the area and there's more need than what the contract entails, to do add-ons, to add on to that contract so that we don't have to pay for a second mob and demob and everything else while they're there, to try to utilize what was over budgeted to go into beneficial use for that area to get more done than what was originally anticipated with the original bid. I want to make sure that we try to utilize our residents, the taxpayers' money, the smartest and best manner that we can, so that we can get more done for more bang for the buck. So keep that in mind. But you know, when that starts going over, we will start tapping into the next year's budget, and it would start reducing some of these fund balances that we're talking about today. So I want to be creative, and I think that if we can get more done in those kind of areas, that we need to consider that and how we do that process internally. Brian?
It does raise a good question. We're showing 1.5 million for pavement maintenance in 2019. We could never budget enough for pavement maintenance. Would council want to consider increasing that budget for 19? Public Works' initial request was 2.5 million. We cut it back just to make everything work.
Well, given the scenario with some of the roads, and you know, we're doing some good stuff, like in Outlook is getting rebuilt this year. Fonterra is getting some improvements. But you go down some of these areas that we're talking about, like with Irondale, Core City, we're constantly running into areas. If the request was $2.5 million, I would respectfully ask the council to increase the amount in our pavement maintenance program so that we can get a little more improvement to infrastructure in 2019 than what is budgeted now. So I'm asking for an increase to that, back to the original request. It's 1.5 million, and it was requested at 2.5, so it'd be an additional million.
Yes.
Does part of that pavement maintenance program overlap with some of the additional Core City infrastructure improvements that we've already approved?
No, that would be separate projects.
Okay. Then I would make the request that we add the 1 million to the pavement maintenance program. And I want to remind everybody of the slide that our previous Public Works Director presented that showed the degradation of asphalt. And if you don't spend your money early, it costs that much more to get it to fix. And you look at Brighton Road, where we have subsurface problems. If we're not getting this fixed on the front end, you just pay more for it on the back end. So let's spend the money wisely and make the improvements now whenever we have the opportunity, and save money down the future.
Nicole's good? Crystal?
Yes.
Steve? Rick? Steve? Jose?
So that would take us down to what, 13 million then from the KIP?
About 13.5 million to my calculation, in that ballpark. In the CIPP fund balance?
Mhm.
Huh?
Okay, I'm good.
All right, Oscar? All right, so you can add $1 million to the maintenance, pavement maintenance program for 2019. All right, now that we've gone through the list, I'm looking for council first, if there's anything else that you would like to bring up and make a case to this council for adding to the CIPP budget for 2019. If not, then I would respectfully look to the administrative folks to see if there's anything that is of a need that we are unaware of or we haven't discussed, so that we can consider that at this time. Think of anything else, Brian? And I'm glad you brought up the pavement maintenance.
No, I think we're good and ready to move on.
All right. Everybody else is good? We can move forward, Steve?
I see the comp plans on there. When were you thinking about doing another comp plan? Because the last one was done in 2008, right?
It was actually adopted in 2010. Ideally, you would update it every 5, 6, 7 years. So it's getting a little long in the tooth, so to speak. It's just a matter of when City Council feels comfortable funding it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We would also suggest that if you're going to update the comprehensive plan, right with it or right after it, update the city's transportation plan and our Parks and Recreation Master Plan.
So doing a comp plan would help out with majority of these future roads like 96 and 104th and
It would certainly perhaps help us prioritize those road improvements, making sure that the way in which we are anticipating widening those roads still makes sense, given the city's long-range plans. Certainly would be beneficial. At some point, we're going to need to update all of those plans.
no,
for
that
sure.
comp plan price, is that?
I think we estimated 200,
250.
so you might say 500 for all three of those. Is that fair, Chris and team?
How's that?
So I had a question. You were talking about under budget in one of the Fronteras. So what is that 300,000 going to go back to?
My point being.
Oh, what was your point?
If we budgeted 1.3 million, we got the bid at $1 million, or 1 million.
Right.
There's 300 difference that would go back into fund balance. While the contractor's there, on some of these cases and scenarios, to be able to look at having them do an additional $300,000 worth of work to save money on the MOB and DMOB. And it was brought forward by another council member to do an additional road or whatever project they're working on, to use that money to get more done while they're already mobilized and there, instead of having them come back out, charging another MOB and DMOB and costing more, so that we can spend the money more wisely.
Right, I get that part.
Right.
What I'm questioning is, how is it fair to other people? Like, do we decide that? I mean,
No,
like if we're using that 300,000 for Frontera, and I don't know, but I know Battle Creek has tons of improvements we have to do, and the core city. So how is that fair
I should have
to
explained
everybody?
this in the first place.
Right.
That particular contract had some add-ons that were already built into the contract. So the base of the contract was for the 1.3, and that's what we had budgeted for. However, since it came in lower than that,
Right.
and there was already add-ons tied into that project, it would just get some of that additional work that was anticipated needing being done. So it wasn't anything anybody else picked to do in a different area or anything else. It was, if it comes in lower than budgeted and there's extra money, then there's ability to have them add on some more work in that area to get a better result, because we've already allocated that 1.3. So it would just get that additional add-ons that were already tied to that project. And that was the request. So it's not like we're going, oh, since you're here, let me find another project for you. It was already identified.
It was already budgeted.
Already identified add-ons that could be utilized through that budgeted amount.
So we should be looking to get a lower budget for other areas then, so we could do more work.
Well,
Basically, that's what we're doing. I mean,
I think the best case scenario is that we try to identify what the cost of a project's gonna be. And of course, we wanna always figure that to be a little bit higher, hoping that we don't come in under and then have to find money
Right.
to add to it. So, but when we do have an overage of like a 300,000, if you had to mow them and demow them again, you eat up a lot of that 300,000 and you're not getting the work done. If they're there and you can get that additional work done that's identified in the add-ons of a project, it makes more money to spend it and get that additional work done than it does to have them go back to their yard and then redo another contract and bring them out, because you're not gonna get your money's worth. It's because they're there and there was already add-ons tied to that project.
Is there a council policy on that?
As far as I know, not right now, no. And that's why I bring it up, because it was brought forward and said, hey, since they're there, why not we have...
No, I think that's a good idea, I agree, but I think we also have to follow council policy if we have to do
Yeah,
something
okay.
like that, and not just make a decision on the fly, just because, I mean, we gotta be fair.
And that's exactly the reason why that council person didn't bring it up, to make a decision on the fly and put anybody on the bubble to have to make a decision quickly. So that's
Yeah.
why I brought it up here, is because this came forward. I think that if there's a decision to add on or to spend that money, it has to be a council decision.
Correct.
And so, but I still want to take the advantage of the benefit that the
Definitely.
contractor's there. So I think those are things that have to come before us in a study session and say, hey, this is what we're going
Yeah.
to get if we have to do additional work. So it's not that anybody's, it actually.
No,
is
I
the
understand that,
opposite.
right.
It's exactly what you're
Right,
saying.
right.
Bringing it back to you all to say, we could better utilize some of these funds if we do it the right way. So I don't disagree with that council person, but I didn't want it to come up in a council setting to put everybody on the spot to make a decision right
Yeah,
now.
and I agree, I think that's smart to do it, but I think I would like to see a council policy, so it's just in the policy that, you know what, if we have leftover money and they're working in that area, and if we have to do some more sidewalks or whatever, that it's just geared to that area, but right, it's not in our policy, but no, I agree. Maybe Robert could work on something like that, so when it comes up again, we already know and we have understanding of
And it's great,
it.
because he's here, you might as well give him some extra work.
That's why.
All right.
Thank
now
you.
Let's get back to the CIP. I want to get past this so we can move on in our agenda. Rick, do you have anything to add?
Going back to what Steve said, this weekend up at the retreat we was in, me and Benjamin, they talked a lot about the new comp plans, keeping your comp plan current and keeping them current with our population explosion that we're having as our numbers change to get at them. We're trying to get to identify how fast the north is actually growing now, and that'll help put money towards our direction.
I've got a request to add on updating the three items that need updated, and Brian mentioned that would be in the range of $500,000.
So does that seem reasonable, folks?
Comp plan update, is it master plan update? What are the three?
The comprehensive plan, the city's transportation plan, and our parks, recreation, and trails master plan?
Those three plans.
Or is it more than
I know we had budgeted
500,000?
250 for the comprehensive plan update.
So that would be 600 total, if my math is correct.
And I
If you wanted to do all three.
I think under the 5-year CIP currently, that is on the 2020 CIP list, if I'm not mistaken.
What is on 2020?
It's the comprehensive plan. I'm not sure about the parks. Yeah, so the comprehensive plan is designated right now for the 2020.
He has on here for 2019.
So if
What's that?
Mr. Douglas's
2019.
request was supported, we would just move them up and start them in 19.
Well, as far as the city, it's line item 29.
So it looks like we had comprehensive plan in 20, and the transportation and parks and recreation plan in 21.
All right.
So if we budgeted 600,000 in 19, it would just enable us to start on all three sooner.
All right, so the request is from Mr. Douglas to go $600,000 budget item to take care of the three plans, comprehensive plan, parks and rec master plan, and the transportation plan. Mr. Hughesman?
I'd like to back that down to where we do the transportation and the comp plan this year and the Parks and Rec next year. I think the first two are a little bit more of a priority than the second one. As long as we have a commitment that we are going to do the Parks and Rec next year, I think we can save a little bit of money on the front end and still get all three accomplished in the next 2 years.
And I don't disagree with you, but the problem with it is, next year, you're gonna be sitting here with the same people, and it's gonna be up to the 9 council members to identify and make sure that that's funded. Because Brian will look at the budget for the CIP budget, he'll add the things in that were, you know, that he believes are the needs. We're gonna sit here and do this again, but someone's gonna have to remember that, oh God, we made an agreement, we were gonna do the parks plan in 2020. So it's kind of tough because you're going to have to make sure that you bring that up, and it's going to be us again, and you're going to have to bring it back up and make sure that it's on the list. And then we can ask staff to make a note that on that the Parks Master Plan, that that's a priority for this council in the 2020 budget for CIPP. Can you make a notation that we want that on the 2020 budget?
Or you can just give us that direction now and we'll build it into the 5-year plan in that manner.
That's the direction I think Mr. Hughesman wants to go. Is that correct? Yes, sir. All right. Mr. Douglas?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, if we did the Parks Master Plan, would that help with the Bison, as far as the Bison Ridge future development? Because that was $500,000, right?
No, that would be a separate kind of a small scale project where the Parks and Trails Master Plan is really a citywide effort.
Okay. But the Parks and Recs, that's $500,000 for that, right? For future plans? 150?
150.
150, okay.
So we're looking at 450 to do the 2 and 150 to do the Parks plan. So I've got a request to do all 3 of them in this budget cycle. I got Mr. Hughesman that wants to back it down and do the 2 this in 2019 and the Parks Master Plan in 2020. Nicole, what is your opinion?
Where are we at if we did all 3?
600,000.
Sounds like 600,000. Quick clarification though, if you put all 600 in the 19 budget, they're not all going to get done in 19 anyway. We would start the comprehensive plan first. That probably wouldn't get done until 2020 anyway. And then the transportation plan would start perhaps towards the tail end of the comp plan, and the parks and trails, and after that.
For 2019, 600,000. Ben?
You could certainly do it that way. The benefit of CIP is if you don't spend the money, it rolls over and stays in that account. It doesn't automatically go back to fund balance. So you can really do it either way.
Crystal?
You know, I agree with Ben. I think it's just smart because you don't want to put everything up front without knowing, and it's going to change anyway, so might as well just be prepared for the change.
Rick? Steve?
Was it? I'll go with Ben, and I know Steve will remind us next budget meeting. He'll send us an email during the...
He'll send an
No,
email with
Ben,
his attachments.
just so you know, Ben said, put it all in the 2019 budget, 600,000. So just,
And then it's going to go, though...
yeah, I don't
No, I
care.
don't think he said that, no.
No.
No, he's saying...
2 now and then 1 in
one
20.
later.
So you're still with,
Nicole said,
okay, so you're all of them, you're still, do the 2 and 1 for 2020.
2 and 1.
2 and 1. 2 and 1.
2 and 1.
2 and 1. All right, so we're gonna do transportation plan and the master and the comp plan in 2019's budget, and then we want to allocate the money for the parks plan for 2020.
Got it. So we'll do 450 in 19, 150 in 20.
Correct. All right, yes.
So just to provide a little bit of context, we had put in the work plan for the 2019, assuming that there was going to be a 2020 comprehensive plan. There's quite a few background steps that don't require a consultant that we were going to undertake in 2019 to basically prep for putting the RFP together and getting the consultant out. We will still need to do some of that work, and we'll compress it, but we will probably not have the opportunity to sort of do a public kickoff with the comprehensive plan January 2nd or whatever that first day of the year is. We'll have to still do some of that prep work, so it will not be right at the beginning of the year that we'll kick that off, just so council's aware.
Anyone else on the CIPP budget? We're down to about
Renee raised
12.9 million left in the fund balance. All right, no one else. We're ready to move on, Brian.
So the next step for us is essentially the general fund operating budget. We have 4 things we want to cover as part of that. Thank you very much. So if you can switch back to our PowerPoint slides, the 4 areas we need to cover. We want to touch on the legislative budget again. There's been some discussion about the list of events and organizations that you support within the legislative budget. We need to have some discussion about that. We want to circle back on development fees. There was some discussion previously about perhaps waiving some development fees in 19, so we want to circle back and get some clear direction on that. We want to cover the public safety budget tonight. There's some follow-up discussion I think we need on the public safety budget. And then the final thing on our checklist to get to the end of this budget retreat is going through the list of budget requests that I'm recommending in the budget, because it's changed since the last time you saw that recommended list. So let's jump in. Let's start with a quick snapshot of where we are with both the general fund and the 2K budgets based on my recommended expenditures that are in the proposed budget. As was mentioned a couple of weeks ago at the study session, we made some adjustments to recommended expenditures, but also the revenue estimate was upgraded. So now with my recommended expenditures baked into the budget against projected revenue in 2019, we have about $850,000 left through the general fund budget that can either not be spent, or the city council, just like the exercise you did with CIP, the city council could decide you want to fund some additional items off the list of requests. Likewise, the 2K budget was adjusted with the latest recommendations and also the updated revenue estimate. So we're now showing a planned surplus of 1.3 million revenue over expenditures for 2019. So that's just sort of a baseline for you to think about as we go through the other action items. I mentioned one of the key things we want to circle back on is the legislative budget breakdown. We provided a lot of information previously on things that we've included in the budget based on prior expenditures. There's some good discussion about the need for more structure around how you make those decisions. Is there any way to make that bigger so it's easier to see? So although we agree there's an opportunity to build more structure on how you make decisions about these things, we won't be able to do that in time for this budget. So we wanted to circle back to the list of things that we've included in the budget to see if you wish to make any adjustments. I know Mr. Madera would like to discuss Adams 14 Education Foundation funding. So these are the list of things that are included. There's a separate list of a handful of events that you participated in 18 that aren't included here. So if you participated in everything you participated in 18 that was listed in the budget in 19, it would be everything previously on that sheet. These are the items that you participated in 18 that weren't listed in the budget that you could either include in the budget or not based on your discretion. And again, I know Mr. Madera would like to discuss Adams 14 Education Foundation.
All right, why don't we let Oscar talk to us about the foundation?
So the Education Foundation approached me about needing some help for operating expenses. They have no problem raising money, and they have almost 500,000 in scholarships that they give to Adams 14 students. So all that money stays here in the city. The problem that they have is when people make donations, all that money is earmarked towards scholarships, so they're having trouble, making ends meet on an operating side of things, and so they requested some help on that front. As far as dollar amounts, we didn't discuss any, but my thought, anything helps. I was thinking, 30,000 range on that, and seeing if we can get the school district to help out on their side of things.
Currently, with the two education foundations, we contribute $2,500 to each is all. And it comes in the form of sponsoring events. In the case of the Adams 14 Education Foundation, we purchased a table at the 14er Fest. In the case of the 27J Education Foundation, we participated in their golf tournament in this past year in a luncheon that they had.
Well, and I think it's appropriate to mention that Rotary does the trap shoot, the golf tournaments, and a lot of things. And we actually cover a lot of those scholarships in partnership with the foundation for Adams 14. So, operating wise, and I have no choice but to say this the way I'm going to, is it's very frustrating that the district's where it's at today. Because I've sat on this dais and watched School District 14, the kids from the seniors for the senior class of Adams 14 School District come before the council to help not have any money for their parade, for homecoming and stuff like that, and make requests as these kids come in and say, hey, can you help us out so we can have a parade, so we can do this, so we can do that. That's a function of the board of directors of the school district to play a role. I think that all of the other agencies should participate and support the scholarship opportunities to help these kids go to college. But when we get to a point where we're dealing with operations of an organization, I have to look at the whole picture. Adams 14 Foundation means a lot to me, and it means a lot to this community. But if we had 27J Foundation coming to us, if we had Rotary coming to us for operating dollars, it makes it really tough because we can't finance the operations of all of these other nonprofits that truly do good work for us, but they also have an obligation to try to budget. So, and I say that because those are my concerns. But I'm always there and want to help these organizations to be successful. And I'm willing to put some money at the cause, but I think I also want to have a caveat that if we are going to put some money towards the operations of a foundation, that number one, we have to be fair to both districts. Number two, I want the district obligated to match what we're going to do for those operations. And hopefully that comes across the right way, because I think that's the way it should be. If we're going to partner and truly try to help, that we can't be just the Lone Rangers. We have to ask for some of that support. And that's where I'm at on it. And I don't know what the dollar figure is that we're talking about. I just think that we need to make sure that we ask for matching funds from the government entity that should be overseeing that function. So I got my soapbox over with. Mr. Wardio.
I would agree, and I would even add that I think it's the district's responsibility for operations. If, Dale's doing a great job, great with money. That's what he does. What the foundation lacks is administrative support. I have got calls that their checks haven't been sent out. Financial aid officers are calling me because, and he's a one-man show, so it's hard for him to do that, right? He's doing development and getting, so I would put it back on the district that if they don't value this man and this foundation that is bringing in, like you said, over $500,000 in scholarships, and they're coming to us, I would be better saying, you know what, we could pay for an admin who's going to be there every day, because that's a big problem that these colleges call, and you know, he's out there doing what he's supposed to, raising money, right? So I would prefer do something in that sort that we could help out with that. But I mean, I think it falls on that, because it's not fair to 27J. It's not fair to that school district that we're funding a position, or maybe find a compromise where we fund an admin for both of them. I don't know. So I would be more more to vote for something like that.
Steve?
Yes. You know, 27J, they do scholarships. They raise a lot of money on scholarships. And it's all done with volunteers. They haven't asked a dime for administration. And I think AMS 14 could learn from that. And I think they need to partner up with 27J and find out how they're doing it with not having to allocate for administrative cost. We should not be the cash cow for AMS 14. AMS 14 is a Title I school. They get plenty of money that comes in. It's just how they allocate their funds. And I do not want to see the city be the cash cow for that, because we've have helped out in a lot of ways. We have amazing students at AMS 14. And if there's issues there with that administration, not just the board, but the foundation, there's nothing wrong with guidance and helping them out, and maybe have a meeting with them with 27J to see how they line up with just all volunteers. And that's the way it should be, because if we allocate money to them and 27J has not asked for any money, and then all of a sudden they form budget, then that's just going to increase. So I'm not down with that one.
Rick?
And just to upgrade the council on something recently that the city has done again, is when we went with Comcast and we separated Channel 22 and Channel 8, the city did the total upgrades for School District 14 as well as for us on our Channel 2 at our expense.
All right, Crystal.
Thank you. So while I appreciate you bringing that information to us, Oscar, I fail to recall any of the collaborative efforts or these discussions. I mean, anytime that we've ever met with Adams 14, it's always been about the turnaround and what the status of the schools are and where the students are. But if it's an ask, I mean, has there been an ask? I mean, I haven't heard of anything, but we should have a discussion together. And that way we have the opportunity to voice our concerns, and also the fact that we would have enough time to meet with 27J and be able to present facts as far as how they're running their board, or I mean their foundation. And so I think that, you know, and granted we didn't have a meeting this last fifth Monday, but I think that's something that should be on the agenda and an aggressive topic, and something that, okay, we've been approached. Well, why was it that we were approached, and maybe we are approachable, whereas the board, minus a few new members, is not approachable? So why are we trying to take up for what maybe the board is not taking up for their own foundation?
Well, the Education Foundation is a separate entity, but
Right.
working for that governing body.
Right.
And I know the benefit that it provides to the students is substantial for these kids to be able to have the opportunity to go to school. The downside to it is that I think that there's a bigger role for the board to play. And when we have these area boards meetings that I mentioned to all of you that I attend and Rick attends, and we sit there and we have the superintendent and we have the new professional that's going to help out with communication, collaboration, and they don't mention that there's a shortfall and that they need to have some partnership with the city to help fill a gap for a need in our community. And to hear it come in this venue, it's like having the kids come and say, we don't have money for our parade. not the way it should happen. It really should be the administrative staff should be working. And so I guess instead of throwing money at the issue, and not that I don't want to help the foundation, and I think Dale Mingleton is one of the best things 14 has going for them. However,
I agree.
I think that we have scheduled and set aside our 5th Mondays to meet with District 14 and collaborate to try to help them get back on track in this community and meet the community needs, that we struggle for agenda items, and we didn't even have a meeting with them the last 5th Monday, that now is the perfect time to say, I want it to be an agenda item for the next 5th Monday coming up, that when we host, and it's our turn to host, the school district board of directors and staff to come in here, that we request that the foundation manager with Dale Mingleton should be in attendance so that we can go over what their need is and what their request is and how we can put together a partnership. But I won't stop there, because I think if we're going to do that for 14, we're obligated to do the same thing for 27J. So I'm not leaving them out. I'm just saying, if we're going to do this, we should have discussions and sit down and talk with the board and with the foundation about what the need is and what the gap that they need to fill is. And then we also need to go and do the same so that we're equitable in how we treat both districts. And that would be my recommendation, is not to set a dollar figure now, is to make sure we know what the ask is and make sure that all parties involved are aware so that we can collaborate with 27J at the same level. Benjamin.
I want to start before I make the crux of my comments of saying that I think that anything that we plan on allocating to 14 Foundation in the future, that at least 50% should be allocated to 27J. And I cap it at 50% because I think Brighton at that point has a responsibility to kick in at that level. But I don't want to be in a situation where we funded in one district and not the other, and people thinking there's an inequity there. But the crux of my comments come down to it's easy to be cynical whenever we're talking about adults running organizations and not running them the way that we think that they should be run. But the ultimate sacrifice is on those kids who are depending on those scholarships to get out of what the situation they're in, to get an education, and to be able to improve their life and have a better life than the parents that brought them into this world. You know, it used to be a big question everybody had was, are your kids going to be better off than you? And if we don't support an organization whose sole focus is to provide for that, then that's a shame on us. Whether we support it through our own volunteer efforts or by allocating money or whatever, we need to come up with that, and I think that's where that collaboration effort comes in there. One of the things that the state demographer mentioned during our presentation there at the conference that Mayor Pro Tem Teeter and I went to was the lack of educated people forces net migration. And so because we don't have people that are skilled to do the jobs, and the amount of tech jobs that are coming out of the coastal areas and landing right here in Denver, and we don't have the people here that can do the jobs because they don't have the education, it's forcing people to move from those coastal cities here into Denver. So while everybody wants to complain about, oh, all the people in Colorado, it's so busy, you can't drive down 225 and 270 is a parking lot and this and that, part of that falls on the education system of not preparing people for the jobs that we have coming into our state. And so if we're not setting up these kids for success by making sure that the one avenue that they have to get out of here and get an education is not successful, then that's a foul on every one of us.
All right, anyone else on? Okay, we'll go back to Jose, then Oscar.
And I would agree with you, Ben, but the amount of students that the foundation is helping compared to other organizations, I think we have to look at that too, and you know, fund those organizations that are funding hundreds, 200 students compared to the 12 that got the scholarship last year. But I don't disagree with you. I think you're right on, and it does start with education. And then, you know, their own board doesn't talk to Dale. So I think we also have to really look at that too, but you hit it.
Maybe we start inviting Mr. Mingleton to our joint meetings. Maybe we start, you know, I mean, we have a representative on the Adams 14 Foundation board, right? you know, so I mean, it's kind of that, but maybe we have to get to the point where he is there and he's able to express his own opinions as well directly so that we can start working towards this. But I think that it's very easy to sit here and say, no, it's on him to do it, it's on them, and it's on that school board, and all we're doing is just passing the buck on something that we should take some ownership in as well.
Well, and I'm going to let Oscar speak here in a second, but I think it's also important to note that Dale Meekleton is not just the foundation director for the Adams 14 Education Foundation. He's also a very good member of Rotary, and he goes out and tries to match those scholarships. But he also is the head guy for our Commerce City
Leadership Commerce City.
Leadership Commerce City and the BPA and the Chamber of Commerce. So, you know, he's not just playing a role with the school district. He is, and honestly, it's what we want, is that collaboration from the board of directors, is to participate in all the facets that build community, because community is what education is all about. So, I don't know, soapbox. Oscar.
Yeah, so, you know, first of all, the Education Foundation is independent of the school board. And, you know, when we're talking about matching from 27J, I think Ben hit it on the head. They serve several cities. They serve Bennett, Brighton, Thornton, Aurora, and Commerce City. So when we're talking about matching, we got to consider that. Also, we're subsidizing them having Mondays off with our Parks and Recs department having program, you know, specifically for that reason, so we can help, you know, our community make up for the lack of services that they've provided.
Yeah, good point.
And, you know, the last thing is, you know, we could easily just, we have negotiations for $40,000 for a suite. We can get rid of that and do a whole lot more good than, you know, going to a few Rapids games every year. Mm-hmm. And that can go straight back into the community, into scholarships for the kids or whatever the council decides. But, you know, the other thing with the reason they're asking for money from us is that used to be funded by the school district, and they pulled that funding from them. So that's what caused the fallout and, you know, the need on their part.
So, let me ask you this, since you're on the foundation. Is there any chance we can have a study session and have the foundation come in and make a presentation and a formal scenario instead of this just being brought, because in the past, and it's nothing against you, Oscar, and I know you're our representative for the foundation, but it just looks a lot better if the whole council gets that ask as a body, and then we're able to identify what the need is. And I'm glad that you spoke up, because now we got the real picture. Is the board pulled the funding for the foundation, right? And so that even infuriates me more. And Ben hit the nail on the head, is that it's about the kids. And so we don't want to lose the program, and we don't want the kids to go without the scholarships, but we get forced into these situations instead of it being a transition that is, I think, more open dialogue about partnerships. And we just sat as a council and talked about, we need to be really careful about where we're putting money with District 14 because of where the use is going and how it's going. And now we're, you know, we're getting played on the other end. So I'd like to see a formal presentation of exactly what this entails and to be considered by this council. And it doesn't necessarily need to have a dollar thrown at it tonight. It's something that we know that we have the ability to fund it if necessary. But I'd like to have that formal presentation and have them be there and make that ask. And I know Dale personally, and I think it's really on him to come in and sit down with us and say, this is why, and this is what I need.
And it was mentioned earlier, doing that as part of a joint meeting with the district, I think is a terrific idea.
I think that's where it should happen, is right with the board. Kristen?
So that's what, I was just going to suggest that obviously we've all expressed our opinions and suggestions, and obviously we want to see Adams 14 Foundation thrive, right? I mean, because ultimately it is our community. But again, and you just said that the board pulled funding, so I still think we need to have that conversation, as difficult as it may be. Whether the outcome comes out the way that we're anticipating, we have to have that discussion. But I would definitely suggest that we schedule that at our next, for our next meeting.
Well, and Crystal, you're right, and you know, I hate when things go this kind of direction, because I served on a council that donated the high school site to the school board. We've been over backwards to help them with water and all these other things. And to cut funding and have those things fall back on us just doesn't seem that there's a relationship like there used to be. And so it gets really frustrating. We want the kids to succeed and we want to do for the kids. But golly, you know what? We need the board to step up and be community participants and have a relationship. We're there to help that district, not harm it. And sometimes it feels like the more you try to help, the more you get your throat cut. And I saw it happen years ago, and it seems like we're going down that same road.
With that study session, maybe come up with options that, you know, we have the Quality Community Foundation that the city, maybe we absorb that. You know, and if their own board is not recognizing or even supporting this, it is our kids, and maybe we absorb that and what the cost is of that. That way, that foundation could use our services, you know, for the admin stuff, and they'll keep raising money. So I would like to see options on that, how maybe it falls under the Quality Community Foundation. I mean, that's just a suggestion, because, I mean, if they have a board of directors that's not funding it and not supporting it, I mean, it's our kids, and we could probably do a better job helping with it, not necessarily funding it, but if it's under Carmer City or the QCV or
QCF Foundation. So what I'm getting feedback is that I don't expect that we're gonna be budgeting money for this tonight. I'm going to again recommend that we put this as a agenda item for our next joint meeting with the school board, and to invite the foundation membership there as well to discuss collaborative partnerships and how we support and help these other agencies that are dependent upon the education within our community be able to thrive. And so if we can end it there and continue on with the budget retreat. Brian.
Back to the legislative budget, there's really two questions. Is there anything we've shown on the list that you want removed? And is there anything on this short list here you would like added into the budget? Again, the items listed here are events you participated in 18 but are not included in the budget. So at your discretion, we can include those things in the budget or other events that aren't listed here. And then of all the things that we've already listed that are proposed to be budgeted for 19, do you want to remove anything?
Rick?
I know, Brian, I didn't get back to you, or you didn't get back to me on this question, but what about our officers in 27J? Did you ever get that answer as to if we're pulling them out or we're leaving, or we're helping with them?
We no longer have a school resource officer assigned to Prairie View High School. However, I have recommended back in the budget 3 additional SROs for all of Commerce City, both school districts. So I don't know that the chief has decided yet if those were funded, how they would be assigned.
Okay, and what brings this up was the mayor from Brighton approached me and wanted to know if we were pulling those out or not.
As I understand, the Brighton PD doesn't have an SRO permanently assigned to Prairie View High School either. It's a question of keeping them moving to respond to calls for service as opposed to having them stationed at particular schools.
Oscar?
Yeah, I'd like to remove the negotiations for the suite at Dick's Sporting Good Park.
Okay. The rest of the council feel about that? Anyone?
Yeah, I'll support that. I have soured on the relationship we have with them, and I'm all for using that money better in our community.
Okay. So I've got 2 people that are supportive of that.
Myself,
3?
yes.
Nicole, you good with it? Steve?
I'm kind of torn between that one, only because of we're trying to form a relationship with the Rapids and really making the Rapids part of Commerce City. And not that we have to have that amount, but we need to have them in part of our discussion in our future. And that's my only thought on that.
Crystal?
Thank you. And I know we just discussed this. I just think that, you know, we talked about this a few months ago. It's a scramble to find tickets, or to distribute tickets, and we're at the last minute. And a lot of times those seats don't end up being taken because we can't find a last minute guest to take. I just feel that, you know, it's been difficult to invite guests. I mean, it's not very likely that delegation is available to come on a weekend if they're traveling in and out of Colorado or whoever else that we're targeting as our guests. I think we can find other good faith gestures that cost tremendously you know, less than what this entails. And it's not that I want to, I guess, break up with the Rapids. I mean, we support our team, but I just feel like there's other ways that this money could be better spent.
Benjamin?
So in rebuttal to Councilman Douglas's comments regarding building that relationship, I would argue that it hasn't helped. We've had that suite for how many years now, and we haven't had a strong relationship with them yet. So why would we continue to fund something that we're not getting any gain out of?
I got some.
Okay. Jose?
I think I'm with Steve Douglas in the fact that I don't think the city has leveraged that suite right. I think, and not saying that they misuse those tickets, but I think it's an asset that we could use them if we had a system to use that. I mean, I look at, you know, it's just up for grabs. Why aren't we using it to lure people in? I mean, it took this council to help them think outside the box on bringing in a restaurant here, right? And some of the suggestions Ben came out with, and I think with the Kroenke thing, I think we have to do that. You know, it is what it is. Kroenke's a billionaire. We do something, we're gonna have an empty stadium, and then what we're gonna tell our taxpayers when they move that, oh, we have an empty stadium, and the burden's on us. Now, I think we could use a system where we could use these tickets to benefit our city, to take kids, you know, but I think it has to be a different system that we have. The system's not working, and that's where I struggle with it, you know, but I think breaking that relationship, what are we really telling them then? Now it's gonna be completely gone. And it's a stadium in our city. So that's just like the Denver Broncos breaking it with Denver. What message is that saving? I mean, that's how I feel about it. So I would disagree, and I would want to keep it on there.
All right, well, I think it's important to mention that I feel there's a misconception about how the suite's used and what it's used for in the entirety. I do know that a lot of the tickets are set aside for economic development and for morale for employees, for schools and things like that. So I'd like to ask our staff to identify what the benefits of that suite and what those tickets have been used for. I don't think I've been to a soccer game for 2 years. I'd rather use it to our benefit, but I'm okay if this council decides not to have it anymore either. But to bring in the restaurants and everything else, would you please explain what it's been used for and how that's benefited us?
So the number of Rapids games varies a little bit every year. It's 14 or 15 home games, plus there are other events throughout the year. We generally divide usage into 4 categories. City Council gets access to the tickets for some games. We use some of the games, particularly those that fall on weeknights for economic development purposes. That's the weeknight games are the easiest games to attract folks in the development community to come and use the suite. There's a third category of making the suite available to community organizations. In some cases, it's nonprofits. In some cases, it's city boards and commissions. And then the fourth category is employees. So we make some games available. We raffle tickets off for employees within the organization.
So, I've only got 2 so far that are supportive of keeping it. The rest so far have said do away with it. Mr. Teeter.
We tried bringing in different groups that the city council mingles with. For example, I'll use the fire department because I'm well aware of how that operates. We did offer the suite to the fire department, and none of the people we wanted to sit down and talk with showed up. The tickets were given to people they thought deserved to go too, and they weren't the people we wanted to talk to. So we didn't get what we wanted out of inviting different people in to spend time with us and talk to us. So I have no problem with getting rid of them either.
All right, we'll go to Mr. Davis.
Yeah. See if this works. Again, the new guy. This is kind of new to me. I understand there's 16 seats. Is that correct? I think we're missing out on a really big community opportunity here. I look at it as, in maybe a different way, or maybe this has been done, excuse me if it has, but I think like Public Works and the police department, their outreach towards the youth in our city. Picking these special kids out have gone above and beyond, or have experienced trauma. Chief, you know what I'm talking about, kids, police officers' family, even our own employees' families that are going through a bad time that we reach out to and fill those seats out. There's so many people, me included, that don't get suite seats. I always sit in the nosebleed sections. And to be able to have that opportunity, especially in young people, I think is a tremendous opportunity for community outreach if it's used correctly. And that's how I feel about that. I think that you giving something up, especially the impact of that stadium, I mean, I don't like giving anything up out there. It makes us look like maybe we're not interested in it, and that could lead to more and more things to where that would be terrible if they pulled that stadium away from us. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Troy.
I just wanted to add a couple of quick comments. I think in some of your remarks, Mary, you mentioned somewhat of maybe a mischaracterization, and I think our relationship from a staff level from many different events that we run, and I'll ask Carolyn here in a minute to jump in, have gone exceedingly well working with the Rapids. I think our relationship with the Rapids has been a positive one from the standpoint of standing up a number of very positive community events. The concerts really have gone pretty well. I'm sure the chief can comment. But in terms of our negotiations with them on off-duty pay for police officers and the kinds of things that we do over there with the Rapids, I would just hate for us to walk away from this conversation thinking that there is an issue with the Rapids. I would say that hasn't been the case. I think the comments that were made were more intended towards development on the site and those sorts of things. So I just want to make the distinction between those two things and ensure that you all know that even including the negotiations I've already started with the Rapids in reference to the suite have been very professional. Their staff has always, I think, gone out of their way to be concerned about what our perspective was, what your perspective was, and to try to take that into account in our dealings, particularly with the folks at the site here from the Rapids perspective. So I just wanted to offer that, and I would look for Carolyn or the chief to comment any further if you wish to have some more information.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because we're dealing with Kroenke on the development of the site. Yes, we all wish that he would act sooner than later on getting some of that site developed. when we talk about the stadium and some of the partnerships, our 4th of July event is there. So it is our location for that venue, and of course, there's collaborative efforts on both parts. I know that it would be better if we could have more use of some of those fields and everything else that we've talked about over time. What I would just be hesitant to say, pull the plug without trying to reestablish where the benefit to that partnership is concerning that suite and how it's used. Doesn't matter to me if I use the suite, but if the city can have beneficial use to where it offsets those costs, I'm okay with it. But to just pull the plug and say, what happens with the rest of our relationship with the fireworks and the 4th of July event and everything else that happens at that stadium. So I want to be careful and how we tread on this and make sure we have all the facts before we just pull an item that could be the rock that holds back the wall. Brian, you had a couple more comments, then I'm going to go. I got Oscar and Benjamin both with this week.
Just a quick comment. Based on my experience working with the Rapids and the stadium folks, I don't think we have a great working relationship with them because we have the suite. I think that relationship is there because of all the interaction we have and the joint events we've worked with them on and the way we support their events. So I don't think having the suite or not having the suite, to be honest, will impact that working relationship. I suppose it's possible. I just don't think so.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think the suite really affects our relationship with them. And, as an alternative, we can get 16 season tickets for half the price. I looked it up right now. They're, like $1,400, and they're having a bad season, so it might be even cheaper in a little bit. But, I just feel like it's not a relationship thing. The Rapids are great citizens of the community and corporate citizens. I think it's more, is this the best way to use this money? There's a lot of need in the community, and, for me, when citizens see that we have a suite at the Rapid Stadium, and, they want to see what they're getting out of it. So I can't say that we had a economic development deal done just because we have the suite, or, point to any one thing that would be like, this is why we need this suite. So for that reason, and I'm okay getting season tickets or doing something a little more affordable where we still have seats and still go to the games. But I just don't think the suite is,
And I need to make it clear, I'm okay with whatever this council decides. I'm not trying to pick sides here. I'm just trying to lay everything out on the table so we can make solid decisions. Benjamin.
So we talked about, this is a tool for economic development and other stuff. And looking at the log of who received tickets and who is going to receive tickets for the rest of the season opener went to City Council, March 31st to employees, April 14th to the school district. Senior Commission was next school district, employees, Housing Authority, Economic Development, SIPCAC, City Council for 4th of July, Youth Commission, PC, BOA, DRB, Fire Commission, Public Safety Board, Quality Community Foundation, PRG Advisory Committee, and Cultural Council. So most of these tickets look like they're going out to, you volunteered to be on one of our board or commissions, so here's a ticket to a game, hope you can make it. Here's some for the school district. Here's some for the Housing Authority. Once for economic development. So I don't think it's fair to say that this is the tool that's going to clinch the next restaurant in Commerce City whenever we've seen they've used tickets on June 13th,
And just to add to that, and thank you, Oscar, for bringing that up, but honestly, they're in negotiations with us with the suite at a reduced price. If we walk away from that, they have an opportunity to offer that to someone else with the intent of making more money. So again, not to discredit that, I've had the pleasure of enjoying that for the last almost 7 years, but I just don't see significance in moving forward. I can't justify spending that kind of money for a suite that's not utilized in its original intent. It's great to offer to those that could maybe not participate on another level, but I really think that, to Oscar's point, as far as, season tickets and tickets to concerts and things like that, and I'd like to see that money go to a program of some sort or elsewhere, but I just have a hard time seeing it tied up in that suite.
All right. I was just gonna go around and see who wants to keep it, who wants to get rid of it. Nicole? Let's want to get rid of it. Ben, get rid of it. Crystal, get rid of it.
Yes.
Steve?
What the councilman wants to do.
No, I need a position.
No.
Keep it. Oscar, get rid of it.
And I had a couple of things. I say no, but we also got to think about other stuff we spend money on, and not everybody utilizes that. So it's that give and take. What's justifiable for you is not for me. Sure. So I mean, making a decision like this, I only went to one game, but I think I'm with Davis, where a lot of these kids, that if we use it right, and you're right, Ben, I really don't think we've used it right. I really don't think we've leveraged it right. I don't think we've had a system, and that's why I'm against it, where I think if we bring a proper system for another year to see how it works, and if it benefits the city, that's where I'm at. So
We're keeping it.
Keeping it.
Keeping it.
Rick, come on now.
All right, looks like there's enough people to get rid of it, so got five that said get rid of it, so we're getting rid of it. That's how this game works.
Anything else from this list of items
Back to the list, Mr. Ward.
in the legislative budget? Either if it's in the budget you want out, or this short list of items that aren't in that you'd like in.
I had a question about the youth commission for $28,000. We kind of want to see what that goes to. That was just $28,000. Where does it? I mean, because when we asked, they're like, "Well, we don't know if we have money for that." So and then when me and Nicole saw this, we're like, "Yeah, we do."
Most of that extra cost is for their travel to Washington DC, but I'll ask others to chime in and explain what the detail is. Michelle or Troy, whichever one has more knowledge of why it's 28,000. So majority of that, that's why it's more than the other boards and commissions, it is because of the students that we send to DC.
But every year it's different. So what we're trying to do right now at the youth commission is making a system that X amount of students with the rubric and stuff. So what if we go over or under? What happens with that? Because we were told also that some of the senior commission money comes from there, or what?
Yes.
No, the senior commission money would be listed separately. So that 28,000 is just for the.
Can we get a
commission.
breakdown of it then?
For sure. Sure. Can anybody add a bit more detail to what I've added in terms of detail?
There's an administrative staff as well. There's a half person or something.
So
No, she works for like senior and youth.
The 28.2 covers their travel. It also covers a variety of, like Cherry Creek Diversity Conference. It covers their travel to the state capitol. It also covers their meals when they're having them, their giveaways, their parade. And then I know that we set some money aside of that 28 for their annual conference. So I thought we had provided a breakdown. We can provide an updated breakdown though as well.
Yeah, we can certainly provide the details, certainly from 17 and what's been spent in 18.
And then where are we with the process of how all these organizations get the money? So we're just deciding today and saying, hey, Landmark Academy Foundation gets $1,000 because we just agreed on it, but what is it going to? That's my big concern on all these grant programs of, I don't know what half of these are, and I'm not, I don't want to make a decision if I don't know what it's for.
Well, I could help on some of these things because like you see the Adams County Commissioners Mayor's Youth Award. Okay, on the top one. That's for a table for the city council to go and support the kids that are coming out of our community that are being awarded the Mayor's Commissioners Youth Awards. Most of the stuff is for table events for their dinners and fundraiser type of things, golf tournaments.
What's the Win-Win Coalition?
Win-Win Coalition. Someone needs to help me out with that.
And then the Live Well Karma City. I mean, it's just a list. So
right, and those were the way these things got on the list. They were all nonprofits that the council participated with in the past.
Right.
And they said, we want to, we were requested, like with the Adams 14 Foundation, will you come and support our cause at our dinner and buy a table? So these were all those kind of causes that different council members served on those committees, like Sand Creek and Adams 14 Foundation, what have you. And so we supported their efforts because of the benefit to the community, just like with the foundation. And so if someone wants to go over what win-win and live well and all those.
Well, I just thought we would have a different list since last budget meeting, so it could explain a little bit more of what we're giving $360,000 to the community reach. So I brought that up last time.
You made a very good comment last time about that. I think there is room for more structure around that, room for more information. There just wasn't time to collect all that information for this budget cycle. I think that was my comment then. I mentioned it again tonight. It's a great point. There just wasn't time for us to pull that information together for this budget cycle. Plenty of time to walk through that early next year, even have presentations from the folks who have received money from the city, just to give you some more background to help you make a more informed decision the next go around whether you want to fund these things. We just simply didn't have time to pull all that together, particularly reaching out to those organizations and having them reporting back kind of how they use this money to further their mission. We can give you tonight some general background on what those organizations do, which might be helpful, but the additional information that I think would be helpful would just take us a little bit more time.
So then, could I abstain from voting on this?
Certainly.
Okay.
I have one question, then a couple comments I'd like to make. First, on the career development membership and dues, there's a Northeast Transportation Connections. I get an explanation of what that is.
That is a transportation demand management organization. There's a few in the metro area, and that particular one is based out of Stapleton, but they have members that are in Stapleton, Southern Commerce City, Fitzsimmons, all the way over into Aurora a little bit. And so what they do is all these TDMs basically work to try and enhance, create, motivate the general population to use alternative modes of transportation as a way to fight congestion. So that's biking, transit, walking, etc. So they've assisted us through a series of things like negotiating or advocating with RTD for the 62 bus route that we have here on 60th. The organization is led by Angie Malpietis, who's a former RTD board member. And so they help us with a lot of those advocacy efforts.
And Chris, they're related to the organization. It's affiliated with NADA. I can't remember the name of the other organization.
Smart Commute Metro North, I believe.
So another similar organization.
Very similar organization, yes. Just different geographic regions.
Thank you. So moving to the additions for council consideration, because I think that's where the direction we were supposed to go. I see $500 to the Sand Creek benefit. I attended that this year. I think it was a great event. I think the Sand Creek Regional Greenway is one of the best things that we have going as far as natural park, and it should be well utilized. So I'm all for encouraging that and including it. I do have a question regarding the homelessness gala. I do think that we had an issue getting people to sign up to go to that. I think we purchased a table for $2,000 and maybe had 2 or 3 people going. So I think. What's that?
We had 4.
4 out of 10. So 4 out of 8. So 50%. I think that's something that we should possibly consider if we want to continue supporting that one. The 27 Education Foundation Luncheon, that was a new one that we added this year. It's a luncheon. I know it's tough for a lot of people to get to, but we do go to the 27 or to the 14 luncheons or dinner, so we should at least try to support them. Armed Forces Luncheon, no comment needed. And then we have on there miscellaneous items at $3,500. I think that we've come into a period where we all want to support everything and we all want to give and we all have our private causes. So I think continuing with that, or at least increasing that a little bit so that we have some, or perhaps even assigning a dollar value towards each council member that they can bring their pet organization that they would like to support would maybe a good way to go. So we all have the opportunity to say, this is what I want to support, this is what you want to support, and we go that way. Thank you.
Right.
I do think it's it's overdue to have a good conversation about how city council gives to these organizations. It's, this list has really evolved evolutionarily, if that's a word. Folks come to a council meeting, ask for your support, and council approves it. But buying a table at a dinner might not be the best way to support an organization. So to Jose's point about a broader strategy about how you give within the community, I think would be worthwhile. It's the approach corporations take. They don't just give because somebody made a request. They have a more of a strategy they're trying to accomplish through their giving. So I think a good discussion, probably early this winter, well in advance of the 20 budget, would be worthwhile.
Right, and I agree, and I just think it's unfair to other organizations that are going to be watching this and saying, well, why didn't we apply for that, or why didn't I get that money? But we're going to be making a vote on supporting, and these are all great causes, the ones that I know. I mean, they're well deserved, but it's unfair to the other organizations that are watching tonight, and we'll be watching when we're voting on all these, because, hey, why didn't I get an opportunity? My foundation or my organization helps X amount of people. So, and that's the reason I won't vote for it.
And I respect that what you're saying there, Jose, but I think it's important to note that the items on this list are events that the council or staff participates in. The requests that come through used to be handled by the council, and we instead started the organization of the QCF, Quality Community Foundation. So now we try to direct those entities that are beneficial to our community to go for a grant through the QCF process, and then they go and find out what's the benefit to the community and everything else, and so they all have that same opportunity to apply for those grants. And you know, it's tough when I serve on like Rotary, and I know what they do for our community, and to have them put in for a QCF grant, and then I go to Rotary and they go, really? We didn't get our grant? Well, I'm not the keeper of that money. So that is how those programs operate. They go through a scrutinizing of this process to be able to get those grants. Where it has a negative effect on us, these are the events that we go and we support certain groups that come to us and say, hey, we're doing our fundraiser or our Boys and Girls Club dinner or whatever. That's to pay for that table for that particular fundraiser. And to go to what Benjamin said about not filling up a table, we have had those conversations. And now it's really important that we pay attention to who's going, who's not going. Is it better to buy some individual seats or to pay for a table to support that event? Secondarily, when we do have a table, staff through Lisa's office identifies who signed up to go, who didn't sign up to go, and how many seats are left. And then staff has done a very good job of trying to backfill those seats with administrative staff. So that's why at some of these golf tournaments or dinners, you'll see a Michelle Halstead, or you'll see a Troy, or you'll see a Roger. But we try not to have vacant seats. So this list, to me, is very minor compared to the overall with the QCF budget of $145,000, and those are all scrutinized. So where it kills us is if the QCF does their grant program, and then all of a sudden someone walks in, and I recall it very vividly. Lady comes in and she goes, look, I'm with this organization and we are doing flu shots because this year we're having a big flu season and everything else, and we're asking for you to sponsor so many flu shots in Commerce City for people that otherwise wouldn't be able to get a flu shot. And then the council goes, well, what do you want to do? Okay, let's, put $5,000 towards this effort to help our community. But those are usually one-time deals, and at the podium we tell them, you need to apply next year if you plan to continue this kind of a request to go through the QCF. So I just want to make it clear, the grants are through the QCF and we don't have control of that. And so we don't say who gets them, who doesn't. It goes through a process. The other ones that you're seeing on here are for events like CASA and different organizations for tables at the dinner, or chambers of commerce and things of that nature, where we participate at a level like other communities would for like Metro North Chamber, for the Commerce City Chamber, those kind of things. So there's two different sections here, and I want to make that clear.
And I understand, Mayor, totally understand, but what I'm saying is it's just unfair that I think that we get to pick this and the other organizations have to go to a rigorous process. And I applied at the QCF, and it's a great process, but then because we're on council, be like, oh, here we go with CASA. I mean, and I understand, but there still has to be a system of, like Ben said, 4 out of 8 people went to the gala. I mean, that's unacceptable, I think, so that's all I'm saying.
That's up to this council to decide what events you want to participate and what events you don't want to participate. And so that's a council decision. It's not my decision, it's not your decision. And the only way I think we get to the bottom of that is to do what Brian said and have an in-depth discussion about what each of these entities are, have them come in and explain how it benefits our community, and we make a decision if we want to continue to do it or not. But I believe it's council's decision. Yeah, and that's what he said, early winter, before the next budget cycle. Crystal.
So 2 points that sorry about that, 2 points that you hit on is as far as individual seats versus purchasing a table. I think it would be helpful to look at, and probably go back 2 years, because we obviously have new council seated, but to see how many people attended such events. And honestly, I think we need to look at a cause versus an event, right? An event is just representation of our council, which is great, but, and not to knock anything, but the one that kind of just stands out to me is ACED, the A-list. I mean, that's a nice event, but what is it that what are we accomplishing by attending? I mean, it's great to be able to attend, but I just don't think that we should commit ourselves to a table. Again, I think it sends a strong message if we're starting to whittle down, not that we don't want to participate in any of these events, but I think a cause is a much more likely, I guess, effort versus just going to an event just to just to say that you attend an event just because.
All right, anybody else on these items? I truly think we need to have a study session, and we need to go over individual items and have the council decide what they want to continue to participate with, what they don't want to participate with any longer, and if there's any new deals they want to participate with, and how we participate, whether it's so many seats or what have you.
I needed to add something, and
Yep, go ahead.
honestly, and I'm looking at Savor, and I had actually inquired with Lisa and Kelly about membership, because I understand that we didn't have anyone from council attending the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce meetings, maybe not necessarily on a regular basis, but at least a presence, and I know that we pay for a membership. So when I see an event like this listed, it's like, well, it's great to go, but we haven't been continual in actually participating in the actual chamber or in the actual group.
Yep, those are all things I think we need to identify when we go through them individually and determine what you all want to participate with and what you don't.
Promotion, Brian. It just says community promotion.
Which item?
It's on the operating supply general, last page. It's only $500.
Lisa?
That's for any time a council member or the mayor attends or visits a school, we'll get little logoed items, like if you visit a school, we'll get pencils or bags or something.
And so sometimes
So
they
it's
ask, like me, to come and read to a classroom, and we take them bags with whatever. Anyone else on these items? Chief, or sorry, Troy.
Just for clarification purposes, and in order for us to prepare a budget, is the study session that you're all intending to have discussing 2020's budget process, and we are to proceed
Yes.
with these numbers? That's what I would ask for given we have to load all this information into the
All right,
budget.
so is the
I
council
would
acceptable to focusing on these items for changes for the 2020 budget so that they can proceed?
The only clarification I would ask, we did have this short list of items that you participated in 18. Do you want those included in the budget for 19 or not?
Well, all right, so I got 2 questions for you. First of all, on the list to move forward and focus on making the changes for the 2020 budget, are you okay with that? Secondly, on the additions, Sand Creek Benefit, Homeless Gala, Armed Forces Luncheon, 27J Foundation Luncheon, and miscellaneous items. Nicole? You want to pull the homeless gala off the additional items, everything else you're okay with? Benjamin?
I have a little bit different take. I'd like to move forward with all of them. However, instead of earmarking that $2,000 to the homelessness gala, my apologies, I'd like to just have that thrown into the miscellaneous items budget for $5,500 where we can address it later if we want to support that event by already having the money budgeted, or if it ends up going to a different event, it can do that. So I want the dollar value to stay the same, but that not to be a delineated line item. So in the future, should we decide we want to, yes, we can still support that event.
Chris?
I would agree that I think we should just go forward with all, because then we can define everything at a later basis once we have more information as far as attendance and the actual event.
Steve?
I'd say
Just keep everything else on this list, and as far as the homeless gala, that wasn't asked by me because other cities within Adams County was participating, and I felt that our homelessness is not going away, and I would like bring these folks in, have them do a presentation, actually show where the money goes. That way everybody knows what the benefit is to be part of this homeless gala.
All right, Oscar?
Fine with moving forward and moving the homelessness gala to just general funds and addressing that when the time comes.
Into the miscellaneous section?
Yeah.
Jose?
No.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Okay. Steve?
I'm good with all of them. And I agree with the homeless gala to go into
the miscellaneous?
Miscellaneous, excuse me.
Yes, I'll go with that also.
All right, so let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, what do I got? 4?
4 for collapsing the 5,500 miscellaneous.
All right, that's fine with me too. And I need to point out that, this is tough because this is the point in time where normally, and I'm not bringing it for an ask right now because I think it deserves the opportunity for us to go through a process like Jose wants to be able to identify where the need is. But you guys heard me at the last council meeting mention that the Rotary Club is doing a veterans dinner and working on mental illness, which I think are huge issues within our community. And I would love to make that ask and say, golly, let's do some more for this Rotary dinner for the veterans program that is coming into play. I'm not going to do that right now because I want that to come up and go through this process when we go through the process. But we all have those asks, and what you also have to understand is Jose is right when we talk about what's all on this list. A lot of these things are on the list because it was former council members that had a passion for that organization and wanted to support that particular organization. We have a lot of new council members, and you all are going to have organizations that you want to support that benefit our community. And so it's probably the right time to have that discussion and re-identify what this council's priorities are for organizations that we're going to support. But I think you all also need to know what all of these organizations do and how they affect our community. And so I'll leave it at that. So that takes us through that portion. Brian?
All right, the next subject I want to touch on is development fees. We shared some information August 13th. I've got some additional detail to add to that. Hang on 1 second, Brian. I've got Steve has one more question on the...
Hey, I just had a question. You know, I'm not going to bring this up for vote or anything like that, but in the past, as far as our budget work report, where's that the suite? You know, we had $40,000 because that's, you know, that blew up the budget, $40,000. Where was that inside our budget in the past?
Anybody answer where it was covered in the budget previously?
Yeah, well, it wasn't 40,000, but it was part of our debt service payment.
Okay.
So we were paying the Kroenke organization our portion of the ball fields, and I think it was an additional 30,000.
Right.
Was added to those debt payments.
Correct.
To cover the cost of the suite.
Okay. So besides the suite, though, we still can negotiate as far as the use of the fields for our youth. Is that right, or is that just part of the?
We already have an
did that
agreement.
25 years ago.
We already have an agreement for the use of the fields, so that would stand unless it's renegotiated.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions before we move on to development fees? All right, Brian, go ahead.
City Council at the retreat back in February talked about a strategy of waiving development fees for certain types of development as an incentive to attract more of that kind of development. So we included in the 2019 work plan quite a bit of analysis to really zero in on which development fees would you like to waive and what do we think the financial impact of that would be. What we did here is try to short circuit that a little bit to zero in on how much money we're talking about. So what we have on the screen, the 2.1 million on the bottom right of the table shows our projection of development fees for 2019 for all development. And it's those categories that you see on the left column. What we then did is try to do some rough estimating how much of those development fees would come from non-residential development, and that's the 744,000. I believe City Council's intent in talking about that was to potentially offer a waiver for only certain types of non-residential development, primarily retail and perhaps office, which would then be a much smaller portion of that 744,000. Most of that, those non-residential permit fees, comes from industrial development, and I don't think the intent of the discussion back in February was to waive those fees. So the whole point of saying this is if City Council has a desire to move forward with that more quickly, we wouldn't necessarily need to do the analysis that we outlined in the 2019 work plan. We could simply move forward with that initiative, understanding it perhaps might cost the city a couple $100,000. That's a very rough estimate, trying to anticipate a certain amount of retail and office development in 2019, and then just a swag really of what the fee revenue would be in those categories for retail and office development.
Yeah, I think we should tailor this to the specific areas that we're looking at, attracting retail and commercial. So, you know, maybe map it out to up north, you know, north of 96, and then also the type of business that you want. You know, the last thing you want is get something that we weren't trying to build there, and then we're giving them a discount to come in, and you know that's not what we're trying to attract. So maybe tailor it a little bit more in terms of specific types of commercial and retail, and also with the area focused on where we want them to develop.
What would be most important tonight would be if City Council wishes to pursue that program, we would just downgrade the revenue estimate for 2019, come up with some rough estimate, but then bring back to you a policy document to really hone in on exactly what you want that program to do, what types of development, which fees. So we wouldn't necessarily have to decide all that tonight, but knowing that you want to pursue it, we'll make some adjustment to the revenue estimate.
Ben?
So I'm very happy to see this. I've been waiting for 6 months to see this, so thank you. I think that we definitely want to tailor to the type of businesses that we're trying to grow within the city. That would omit any dentist offices, nail salons, or chicken restaurants. But so I think that tailoring it and reducing, and if this is the overall impact, then I think that would be a huge win for possibly promoting that next business, that next small business owner. You know, we all a couple weeks ago toured a business that you know, took a risk and took a gamble and not only built for his two businesses, but also put in some extra room to build for a potential restaurant to be built out there as well. And we need to be encouraging that kind of behavior and that kind of investment within the city, especially from residents of Commerce City, where the money stays right here. So I would even be willing, and through policy, to even say maybe we tailor it on a sliding scale based on, you know, is it a chain? Is it outside the city? Is it within the city? That kind of stuff. But we definitely do need to start dedicating some money to doing this and to encouraging people and hanging a big banner outside Commerce City that says Commerce City is open for business. Come build here, and we're going to make sure that it's profitable for you to do so.
Steve?
You know, I'd like to extend on that, and not just in the northern area, also include this portion of the southern portion of Commerce City as well. Okay. Well, I just wanted to say more.
Yeah, the intention on this was citywide. It wasn't specific. I mean, and anybody that thinks that it's only the northern part of Commerce City that is lacking these amenities really hasn't spent enough time down in the core city to see that they're just as wanting for the same kind of amenities that everybody wants. So let's quit driving outside of Commerce City. Let's start encouraging people to build right here in the city, open up restaurants, open up our own businesses where we can shop and buy mattresses and a shovel and a hammer and all the other stuff that we seem to be driving outside the city to do so.
Anyone else? I agree. I'd like to see, you know, anything that we can do to help give us better opportunities and level the playing field with the competition of the cities around us to be able to attract, we need to be doing, especially for those targeted developments and the targeted service-oriented commercial that our residents are lacking. So this is a start. You know, if we're talking a couple $100,000 a year to help put us in a better position to attract, that's great. But I wouldn't stop there. I think there may be some other things that we can do. But this is a start, and I think at least the development community on the type of developments we're wanting to attract will at least see this from the perspective that we're serious and we're trying to become more competitive with our competition next door.
So what we will do, we will just make a rough downgraded estimate of the revenue that we would obtain from retail and office and commercial development in 2019, which then sort of covers us in the budget. We've got then a more conservative estimate of revenue in the budget. We can bring back to you this fall, early next year, a good, robust discussion on how exactly you want to fine-tune that program. So again, not necessarily to figure all those details out tonight, just know you want to pursue it so we can take it into account in the budget. If we do downgrade that revenue estimate from, for fee revenue by about $200,000, I showed on the previous slide we're about $850,000 to the good. So assume we're dipping into that a couple $100,000 in terms of a sort of a running total on what we can spend tonight before having to either move money around or take money out of our unrestricted fund balance, if that makes sense. All right, let's keep moving forward. There's also some discussion about the public safety budget. I mentioned that when we upgraded the revenue estimate, I did go back to the list of department requests, and I've added some things back into my recommendation on the later sheet that shows what's recommended and what isn't. With that, are there other adjustments City Council would like to make to the public safety budget. Those prior slides were some historical perspective on budgets and actual expenditures in the police department. Also bear in mind that not all public safety expenses are in the police department's budget. Some of those expenses are in the fleet budget and in the IT budget. So it's open for council discussion.
You made mention earlier about the 3 SROs. Were they included, or are they still on the outside waiting for us to approve them to go in?
So if we go back to the spreadsheet, and just as a reminder, everything listed on these sheets were department requests for inclusion in the budget. So what's shown in the brown highlighted line items, those are additional things that I'm recommending be included in the budget. So if you're okay with those recommendations, no need to do anything tonight, but let me see if I can pick out those public safety items. Cheryl, why don't you walk through the additional things that we've added in?
Okay, so this slide shows everything. At the very top, we have the 17.1 million, and then everything that totals the 937,000 are 2019 asks from the police department that have been preliminarily approved, or as a yes, we have incorporated those into the budget. So you'll see some of those are positions. You'll see the school resource officer that is in there at the 300,000. And then we are showing the 10 overhires. Those 10 overhires are not in the budget. However, the city manager has authorized the chief to be in that overhire situation. And I think for the first time we're there. The chief can talk about that a little bit more. And then at the bottom, you'll see the PD network and the mobile messaging board. So that 265,000 is also for direct benefit of the public safety. However, as Brian mentioned, that is not listed in their budget because we have to put it in the appropriate area for accounting purposes. But we were trying to reflect what truly is an ad for their benefit. In February at the budget or the planning retreat for the 2019 plan, you had asked for 10% to be added. At that time, it was about 1.7 million. So with the 937 and the 265 that have been added, we're at about 1.2. And even though the overhires have not been added to the budget, the authorization is there for them to do that. So we are in excess of the 1.7 that was requested back in February.
Nicole.
So I would like to request that we approve or budget for the e-citation system, and it's a cost of $100,000. Part of the reason for that, I've been on 2 ride-alongs now with the officers, and one of the issues that I've been able to see firsthand is the amount of time that it takes them to write tickets and the amount of time that they're spending at these traffic stops. So my feeling on that is number one, there would be less chance for mistakes because the information would be input one time rather than once by the officer, once by the administration, and then in the court system. So that right there is 3 chances for mistakes instead of like if we did it through e-citation, that would be 1 chance for that. It would also allow when the officers are putting in the e-citation ordinances that it would change it to the appropriate court codes. So this would also allow for less officer time needed at each stop. And then also maybe we wouldn't need the 10 officers that we have appropriated in the budget. Maybe we could find out that we only need 8 patrol officers. And so that right there would offset, even not needing 1 officer would offset that overhire cost. So I would just like to request that we look at adding that.
Is that on there?
That's
It's on the side.
So I'll second the request to add the e-citation system with the caveat that I'm not in favor of downgrading one of those overhire positions. And also, I would like to thank everybody that put the budget together and made sure that that 10% did increase, and also for the inclusion of the school resource officers. I know I brought that up a couple weeks ago at our study session as a, why are we not including that? So I'm glad to see that the city is investing in public safety and making improvements throughout the department through technology and manpower, and I'd like to see that continue.
Anyone else? What's that?
I'd like to get more research on the PDE citation. Do we really need it right now? Does our system, could it handle it? Or do we have to upgrade anything else? I just think, again, that's 100,000. Do we need it? And is our system compatible with it, or do we have to upgrade it more?
So we're in the,
I'm sorry.
maybe I'll start and then Justin and the chief can chime in. We're on the front end of developing a new network within the police department to connect all of the vehicles. So that work's going to take some time and would need to be completed before e-citations could be incorporated, but I'll have the experts talk a little bit more about it.
How long would that be?
Yeah, I'll talk about that. So the PD network, and we're also working with AdCom right now on a records management upgrade. So those two pieces really need to be in place before we can support the e-citations. My estimates were at the planning phases of the PD MDC network right now. I would say we're probably Q1, Q2 of next year having that complete. So I'd say after the first half of next year, we'll be in position to be able to at least have the system in place to be able to move forward with e-citations.
So could we hold off on it then, since it's not going to be in place, and earmark it for next year? That way it's secure.
He said he's going to be done about Q2 and ready to start rolling forward with the system. So, I mean, that gives us the remainder of 2019 if it's budgeted next year to actually get the system implemented. And maybe it doesn't go live till 2020, but the contracts are written, the work is being done, and and all that. So, I think holding off just backs us up another year from getting the work. So now we're actually looking into maybe 2021 before we actually see the system online.
What do you think, Chief?
To answer your first question, do we need it? We don't really need anything. We can continue to write paper citations, but as Councilwoman Frank mentioned, that takes time. You also run into problems with data entry areas. I can tell you this year alone, we're up 322% on the number of citations issued. Our error rate with that is about 8 to 10%, and that's simply due because somebody can't read the officer's handwriting in the field, so it's a ticket that goes nowhere. This system vastly improves that error rate down to about -1% in some cases. So you're talking about everything flowing through the system. It also reduces redundancy. Now, there's no need for a records technician to touch it. There's no need for a court person to touch it. It goes from the first point of entry by the officer in the field, court date's established, that ticket's ready to go. There are also some white papers that suggest that over 85% of people that receive an e-citation just pay the ticket online, don't even come to court. So this has the opportunity to reduce a lot of redundancies, not only in the PD, but in our record section, as well as the court system. And the system that we're looking at is also going to be scalable for code enforcement and other things. So this was going to be originally in our 2020 budget request, simply because we had quite a few other requests that came through as a result of the work with the DOJ. So hopefully that answers your question.
It does.
Oscar was next, then I'll go to Steve, and then I'll go to Steve. Oscar.
So I just want to confirm that we can do it in the 2019 fiscal year.
Yes, if everything goes to plan, I would say second half of 2019 we could do that. One other piece I wanted to add too, we just have preliminary budget numbers on the e-citation system. I would recommend, if council desires to move forward with that, to upping that budget a little bit to make sure we have some room to get all the integrations working with the court system, with the record management system. So my recommendation at this point would be to up that to about $130,000.
That answer your question? Yeah. Steve?
Yes. I agree on this budget here because for the last 7 years, been looking at adding officers here to over, as far as the officers going back to a 4-10 schedule. And I know that's been hard because we don't have the manpower, and this right here would at least get us up there, and we may add those 10, but through nutrition, we may lose some. So we have to look at what would put us at as far as manpower. The other question is, as far as the PD budget, is there anything in here for license plate scanners? Because there's been a lot of theft, license plates and everything. I know some cities are looking at vehicles, license plate scanners to help with the police department.
Yes, that's one of the things we purchased last year, so we do have one up and running that's quite fascinating. But yes, we've already got one that's deployed in the city about 90% of the time. About 90% of the time it's field operational, so we've already got one.
Oh, that's great. Okay, thank you.
Just my 2 cents on the e-citation, I agree with the chief. I'm familiar with that system, and I think another component that we're missing is officer safety standpoint. Once an officer stops somebody, and that information's populated in there, which focuses the officer more on what he's doing other than sitting down and writing a ticket, and that's life and death situation. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'm fully supportive of making sure that our public safety department has every additional opportunity to make the job easier, safer, and if we can save time and effort in the courts and everything else, I'm all for that. But I would also mention that Ben makes a great point when he says not to give up one of the overhires to try to get to something else. When we're talking about things that are beneficial to the community, and we have the opportunity to make the decision for those things to happen, you don't have to take away one item to gain another item. When we just went through the DOJ issues and all the other problems that we had, it's great to see that we're in a place where we can actually benefit these officers by giving them new tools to do the job safer and better. So I'm all for adding the e-citation system to the 2019 budget. Brian?
Just another clarification about the purpose of the overhires. So the police department's budget is not being increased by $1 million to cover the cost of the overhires. Right. It's simply an authorization without funding associated with those positions to enable the chief to keep hiring even when he's at full staffing. Because we might have more than the authorized number of positions for a certain amount of the year, we might have to pay some of that $1 million, but that's covered under a different line item in the budget. So if the police department exceeds its total authorized spending for the year, we have a way to fill that gap. Whether the city council wishes to increase the size of the department by adding more patrol positions is really a separate discussion. It's more a discussion of service levels and where you want to be in terms of law enforcement service back to the community. So our thought is to have that discussion with the city council this fall. It could be part of a future budget discussion.
What's that?
Could we set that $1 million aside? That way we have it in maybe the contingency fund. That way we have that secured. And it's not in any other budget, but it's on the side if we need it. If it's only 8, we have it, and it could roll over to something else.
I don't think that's would be the best use of the $1 million. We've got what we call a contingency line item that I'm recommending. We have $750,000 in, and it's for a variety of things that we may not anticipate throughout the year. If we end up in an overhire situation, which means we have more officers on staff than we've budgeted, the idea is that we won't likely be in that situation for very long. If we don't start to fill positions until we have vacancies, it just takes too terribly long to fill those positions. So even if we're at full staffing, the idea is to keep hiring. During that time, past history tells us we're going to lose folks through retirement or injury or taking a job in another department. It just compresses the time to fill those vacant positions. If we end up in a situation where that contingency account doesn't seem to be enough, there's plenty of time during the budget year to come back to City Council to reappropriate funds to solve that problem.
And that's what I'm afraid of. That why we're going to take something out. Why don't we just set it aside, even though you're pretty certain that we're not going to fill them? But what if we do? I'd rather have that $1 million set aside for the public safety than coming back to the city council and saying, hey, we're short $400,000, where are we gonna take it from? So I just wanna be, I think we need to have it in that budget, so if we don't, we could use it for something else, but to be safe, that it's there. We hope we get those 10, because like you said, but I don't wanna be coming back and saying, hey, we need 300,000 because we hit our mark and we're short 300 when it's in our budget right now.
I understand what you're saying, Jose. What the city manager's saying is, he's got that covered. He's got a contingency of $750,000 that if we do have overhires, he doesn't anticipate that we'll have 10 of them at one time, and that the money's there. And if for some reason it wasn't there, it wouldn't be that we would have to take that money from something else. It would come out of some funds that aren't allocated to anything, that we could allot that money and reappropriate it into that area. So we'd take it out of like general fund balance, where we have some money that is not identified for a particular use, and reappropriate that into the police department budget to cover those overhires if we had to. But he has a wedge of $750,000 into a fund right now to cover that, to make sure that we wouldn't have to be, it's not like we're gonna have to come back here and go, okay, so now what do we not fund to get some money to fund these officers? It's not that scenario. There's some unfunded balances where we could come up with the money without starving something else throughout the year. So I think he has the plan, and I'm looking at that as an assurance to you that you're not going to be in a position where you've got to cut something to back them. It would be an unfunded balance, and there would be some money that we can reappropriate that's not already identified for use.
Sounds good.
Is that correct?
That's a very good explanation of it. The other challenge is if we do set aside $1 million to cover the overhires, we have to find that $1 million somewhere, either by cutting expenses elsewhere or dipping into the city's fund balance.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Ben?
Just a caveat on Councilman Douglas. How much did that license plate reader cost? Great. So if we're at 130 for e-ticket, I'd like to add that $26,000 to add a second license plate reader to either the north or south portion of the city. So we always have one deployed north or south, and north and south, as opposed to it having to migrate throughout the city given our geographic diversity.
Is that supported by the council, Nicole? Krista?
Yes.
Steve? Rick? Steve? Jose? Oscar? I know, but I'm asking everybody. All right, we're good. So we'll add an additional 26,000 or whatever you said to get another license plate reader. Chief?
Just for clarification purposes, they make a variety of them. The one that was for 26,000 was one that's mounted on a vehicle. We can also get those mounted on trailers and a variety of things. So did you have a preference?
Whatever you want that is going to most benefit the department.
Best answer I could have gotten. Thank you.
Far be it from me to tell you how to do your job.
I'm not going to sit here and tell you what you need. You need to tell me what you need.
You might answer that with how much you got.
Jose?
Yeah, I want to go back to the resource officers. We still haven't had a plan. I've been asking for it since May on what we're doing with our resource officers. I still haven't received any type of their expectations, what we want them to do. And I know it's a two-part thing with the districts and the city, but I don't feel comfortable doing 3 more to put in our schools and not have a plan of what they should be doing. Each school is different, and they ask them to do different things. And I think we should have a standardized plan that this is what our SROs are going to do, not exactly what the principal, assistant principal, and adding 3 more. I'll be honest, I'm in education. Putting more cops in our schools isn't the solution. And I think there's other ways we could help our schools than putting more police officers in them. There is a shortage. When I worked in the district, they were busy. But I just think we haven't looked outside the box, and what we're doing is just throwing more officers in our schools, which, I mean, if you look at the research, it actually does more harm than good if we don't have and I have a bunch of documents that I'm going to send Brian, since I haven't received anything, of the research that I've done. So I have a problem with sending 3 more resource officers, and then 27J, Brian doesn't use, I mean, do they help us with it all? Does Brian Police, like, if we're carrying the whole load, again, that's a huge thing for us when it's their city too, and then the districts, they should have a piece of this action too. So I'm not comfortable, again, until I see a plan and not just throwing 3 more officers out there. And especially with the administration that's going on in District 14, we're making more enemies with these kids, with these officers, than we're making progress.
If I could just,
explain, Brian?
a few things. One, we do have a study session planned for September 24th. October, to go through the SRO program, talk through some of the concerns that Jose has raised. Secondly, the amount in the budget assumes an updated IGA with the school districts to cover their portion of those expenses. The city doesn't cover 100%. I think the ratio is different for each district. It's not exactly the same.
It's changing. It is not the same. It's changing, and I don't have that number off the top of my head.
So we've estimated what would our portion of the SROs be. The third comment is the city's SROs primarily work the city schools. We do and have responded to calls at Prairie View High School, although there was no longer an officer assigned full-time to Prairie View High School. But the city school resource officers primarily work Commerce City schools.
And I agree, but how many SROs do we have right now?
We currently have 5.
5. So we're going to add 8. And what's the rotation? What's the system? We don't have, I mean, we haven't seen anything. We're just throwing, again, more officers in the school buildings. And they're about 100,000 each. So how much are the schools are paying another 100,000? So these officers are making 200,000 with the vehicle. So I just want to know more numbers about that.
And I'm going to have Deputy Chief Ken Evans. He supervises our school resource
Can answer
officers.
the budget number questions. The IGA in this budget request was for 3 vehicles and 1.25 FTE for the 3 positions. So 2.75 FTEs are be funded by the schools, 1.25 be funded by us to get to 3.
So the schools are doing 2/3, we're doing 1/3.
Roughly.
Cost ratio.
So that 300,000 includes the cost of the vehicles as well.
Correct.
So that's based on the language in the current IGAs with both school districts. The purpose of the study session would be to walk through calls for service, how they're distributed throughout the city in both school districts, but also to have a discussion about the expectations that are set for those officers.
Is there any other discussion on SROs? Jose, you got something to add?
No, I would like to just see that plan before I even vote on this budget.
And I want to be clear, this was not a PD request. Actually, Adams 14, 27J, and that third request came from the private schools, that they wanted to fund their own SRO because 27J and Adams 14 were rightfully so complaining that they were sharing their paid resources with the private schools that weren't paying anything. So that third SRO position is actually being funded by all the private schools.
All right, so I have a request to remove the SROs from this budget. Councilwoman Frank. Mr. Hughesman. Councilwoman Elliott.
No.
Mr. Douglas.
No.
Mr. Teeter. Mr. Davis. Mr. Jose Guardiola. Mr. Madera. All right, so it looks like the SROs stay in the budget. Are there any other discussion items concerning the public safety budget at this time? Seeing none, let's move on.
All right, the last item I wanted to cover with you tonight is the additions that I've added in as recommendations to the budget. We've talked about some of them. It's getting late, even with my glasses, I'm having a hard time reading this. So the first one was some additional funding for our Parks Division within Parks, Recreation, and Golf for some additional open space maintenance. The next item is an additional $200,000 in that contingency line item that I mentioned. We previously had $550 in it. This would increase it to $750. Going down a little bit further, also a recommendation to add to the PD budget, the digital records technician, an additional records technician. I'm also recommending that we add the 2 additional green waste events. We have 2 currently. This would be a recommendation to add 2 additional for an additional $11,800. Yes, sir.
With waste management, or what is that event?
Yes, they are events that we do in partnership with Waste Management. They're dumpsters that we'll set out for residents to bring their tree limbs, other brush that they don't want to or can't fit in their totes.
Perfect.
So again, we have 2 events. This would add 2 more. Also recommending that we add a facilities maintenance technician. That's sort of our entry-level facilities maintenance position within the organization to help us keep up with maintaining the new facilities that we have. The 3 school resource officers that we mentioned. Some additional renovation to the patrol area within the PD to get a little bit more efficient use out of the space that they have as they're a bit crowded. Up at the top there, an additional storage container for contraband that the PD collects while doing their work. Down at the bottom, some additional contract money to do additional video content for our website. And as we've just added, the PD e-citation system at $130,000 as opposed to the $100,000 that's listed here. So with that, does anybody have any quick math to see if we're still in the black, revenue over expenses? Everything here that was previously recommended be included, plus the additions City Council has added tonight. We're doing some quick math to see if these recommendations plus the additional items City Council added. So we'll try and get a better estimate, but it looks like that $850,000 that we started with, there's still some of that left. So we've not had to dip in to fund balance in order to create a draft budget that's balanced. So that was the last thing that I had for council, but certainly open to any other items that we didn't touch on that would be important to discuss tonight before we start to create the draft budget document.
528,000. 528,000.
528?
In revenue,
Minus-
excess revenue over expenses. Does that
Correct.
take into account adjusting the permit fee revenue estimate by 200? Okay, thank you.
So we're 500,000 over?
We still have about $500,000 in revenue above projected expenses.
Okay.
That's the black relief.
Well, but we accounted for CIP separately within the CIP budget.
All right. Anything additional for budget purposes for this evening? Nicole, Benjamin, Crystal, Steve?
Yeah, I had a question about, I know I wasn't here for that presentation, and I know our attorney wasn't here either, about the assistant city attorney.
Thank you for asking. What can I answer about that?
Is that just services or that additional person?
It is an additional position. It would be an entry-level attorney position, primarily to handle certain matters that have become taxing on my staff to ensure to maintain the level of service to the staff organization and for me to focus on council and manager activities primarily. This attorney would focus on code enforcement and licensing issues in addition to backup prosecution and largely other duties as assigned. So we don't have to hire out for a backup prosecutor when needed. And then the licensing and code enforcement protests have come up far more regularly in the past year than in prior 5 or 6 years. And so that's what that is intended to focus on.
Okay, thank you. Sure. And Brian, I know we had discussed the maintenance workers as far as maintaining the facility in the evening, and you said that that wasn't part of the budget as well, right?
We did some analysis. If we were to hire city employees to do nighttime maintenance at our facilities, we estimated what the cost difference would be. Although we did that estimate, I did not recommend it in the budget, but that certainly at the discretion of city council. Anybody remember? I think it's about $150,000.
I've got it here. It's $75,780 is the difference.
So if the city council wished to convert that from a contract to city employees, that would be the impact on the budget. Again, staff's not recommending it. We just don't think that's a better approach than the current contracted services approach that we're using.
Right, I understand that. I know we've, prior to this council here, we had talked about making our city a city as far as employer choice, and then include that type of service with this new rec center, and then with firing or not continuing the services that were contracted from the previous contractor, and then that slipping in at the beginning of the year, and then that came up that was put in that way and not put in this way, and being that we already $500,000 up, to ask for $75,000 is not that much. I know we look at these large items, but something like that, it's significant too, and I just see the value in that. I mean, that's just me. And so I'm asking if we could include those 3 employees as city employees.
If I could just add some recruitment data for you. The $75,000 number I gave you is only to do Bison Ridge. If your intention was to extend that to Eagle Point, the number is more than that. But we had 2 of these positions specifically for Bison Ridge. In 105 days worth of recruitment, we only saw 6 applications. These have been very difficult positions for us to fill, and we have 1 filled for the Eagle Point Rec Center right now. The second position is still sitting vacant, and again, 52 days of recruiting. We've only seen 7 applications, and we've only we have our incumbent person in that 1 position, haven't been able to fill the second one yet. So that was part of the basis of the staff recommendation that Mr. McBroom spoke of, is the difficulty we've seen in the marketplace in recruiting employees into this position.
Just for clarification, that was for day porters, right?
This is for the building attendants.
Yes,
Yeah.
those are day porters, and
Yeah.
so our past experience with nighttime custodial is even more difficult to hire for those positions. So that's why we're going to be better off staying with contract, quite frankly. So just
All right. Well, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. I said thank you for the clarification. At this time, I'll withdraw my ask for that, knowing the difficulty as far as hiring. But I appreciate that. I just didn't like the process, how that was presented, and then how that was slipped in there. So I think next time we can have better communication as far as how difficult that is. But knowing that, I appreciate that.
I see on here there's an IT request for a facility management software solution at $44,000 approximately. Can you shed some light on that one?
Yes, so this was a proposal that was not funded. This would be, I don't remember the software name off the top of my head, so I'm looking at Justin, but essentially we have a variety of owner's manuals and schematic drawings that are all hard copies, so this would allow us to put all of that in one location, especially with online in the cloud, and then allow our facility maintenance folks to download it, to check on when they're servicing an HVAC system. Instead of going and finding a manual, it's all there on the cloud. It increases efficiency and has all of those things online for a variety of people to use and access.
Yeah, and it was also IT's recommendation to look at some of the current systems we have today to see if it can support those requirements. So that is something we're looking into as well.
All right. Mr. T. Mr. David. Mr. Guardiola. Mr. Madera. Everybody's okay. I'm going to give you one last shot at it. We're all good? All right.
Mr. Mayor, just to make sure we haven't misunderstood any of the feedback tonight, and maybe as a way to sum up our budget retreat, we'd like to walk back through everything just to make sure we haven't made a mistake. Somebody down at this end of the table want to volunteer to do that?
Yeah, we're pulling it up on the computer for CIP, so actually if it's okay, I'll skip that while he's pulling it up and I'll hit the legislative bullet. We have this request to support Adams 14 Foundation with operating costs. You've directed us to set the next 5th Monday meeting as an agenda item for that discussion to take place with the school board. A future study session to discuss city council events, which ones and how many of them for the 2020 budget process in your legislative budget. We have removed the $40,000 for the stadium negotiation. We have eliminated the homeless gala and increased the miscellaneous budget to $5,500 and added all of the additional items that were in the recommendations for additional funding. From the general fund budget, anything I missed there on legislative, just jump in if you hear me miss one. General fund budget, development fees, we will bring back a better revenue estimate with a tailor-made program to incentivize development citywide by waiving fees. Is it all fees, some fees, certain industry sectors, et cetera? Yeah, and we reduced, thank you, Cheryl, we reduced the revenue estimate by $200,000 to accommodate that. Public safety budget, we added $130,000 for e-ticketing, $26,000 for a second license plate reader. The 10 overhires are in and they're funded through the loss contingency fund, which has been increased by $200,000 based on the latest recommendation from the city manager's budget. And this one. And you ready to do, okay, and then we're ready to do CIP, so I'll turn this over to Armando to wrap that portion up.
If you take a look at the popular vote with the final decisions, we have 8,400,000.
Could you hear? All right, so if you take a look at the final numbers, after making your final decisions, your popular vote came in at 8,400,000. So making the total 2019 CIP would be 18 million. That includes 120th Avenue widening, the core city infrastructure improvements, Irondale neighborhood plan, the Kearney Street drainage improvement, the Brighton Road, the outdoor warning towers, the Rosemary Street widening, the 96th west of Highway 2, the pavement management for 2019, the comp plans, and the traffic calming program. Did I miss any?
Plus the 1 through 27 above.
Correct.
With the removal of 112th.
Yes, both 112th options, 1 and 2.
Let me ask,
But you are keeping the
1 million.
1 million stayed in 112?
whatever it is
Okay.
above, right?
Correct, for 112th.
Does that sound like we captured everything? Did we miss anything?
Sounded right to me.
Yes, the SRO study session. Yes, I think we have that on the work schedule for sometime in October.
All right.
With this feedback, thank you very much. The feedback is very, very useful. The decisions, this information will go into creating the draft budget document, which is, of course, everything, and that's what will be published towards the first part of October, and we'll be back to you the second meeting in October for you to consider the ordinance on first reading and open the public hearing. So that's the next formal step in the budget process. Have I missed anything, folks, in terms of the process? First reading mid-October of the budget ordinance. Adoption first meeting in November. Thank you very much.
Well, I need to thank the city council for this evening. These decisions aren't always easy, as you can tell. And this is the first budget meeting for 5 of our council members. So not an easy task. There's a lot of requests. There's some stuff that we just can't fund right now, and there's some stuff that we have to fund, and we try to do the best we can. So I want to appreciate you guys sticking with it. Went a little later than expected, but with 5 new members and making sure everybody gets their comments in, that's important. I want to thank all the staff for sticking this out. I know it's been a late night. I know that you all have had requests that didn't get fulfilled, but you also understand the process and the scrutiny that we're under. And you know, just keep plugging away at it, and we'll look at next year to try to fill some of the gaps that didn't get filled this year. So I appreciate all your effort and your time. And I know the finance department will help get everything organized, and we'll move forward with a budget in October. So thank you all. And if there's nothing further in our study session, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting, and we'll do reports at the next city council meeting. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.